Okay, bring your injury around. Maureen, thank you. Showing that. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that you will do your duties as members of the grand jury of the Cumberland Circuit Court, keep all matters confidential, that you hear there, that you keep within the Constitution of the Commonwealth of the United States of America, that you will investigate fairly everything that's presented to you. Thank you. Commonwealth versus Ryan Moore. Good morning, Mr. Moore.
Morning, Judge.
This is Commonwealth versus Ryan Moore, 22 CR 0080. Are you Ryan Moore?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1988.
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 6354. Hey, you need to stay out from in front of the Commonwealth attorney. We got a case. Are you on this case?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll just have a seat back there somewhere. We'll have a break. We're here for a status hearing. What do you have?
I have a felony plea.
Okay, now you can go over there now. Somebody else, counselor.
We got it taken care of.
Okay, somebody else is handling the deal. Okay, what do you have here?
We have a felony plea, Your Honor.
Okay,
Judge, if I may approach the paperwork.
you just hold it there and I'm gonna have him identify his signature. Everybody does it differently. I have him keep it there, okay?
Yes, sir.
Motion's been entered, sir, that says that you wish to enter guilty plea. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 22 CR 0080?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney? Are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you and you believe you're fully informed about your case?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I can accept the plea, I need to know that you understand those rights.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
going to recite the rights to you at the end. I'm going to ask if you understand them. If you don't, you can step away and talk to your attorney. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speak trial to jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, right to have this matter to high court if you lose, right to require the Commonwealth prove on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of the charges against you. You understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you give up those charges, right? You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Now, I may consider Commonwealth's recommendation, but it may apply any range of sentence provided law. I don't have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I'll wait a pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the recommendation, the Commonwealth decided to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Gordon Anderson, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Upon a plea of guilty to complicity to theft by unlawful taking or disposition over $10,000 and persistent felony offender second degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 20 years. Upon a plea of guilty to complicity to criminal mischief second degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 12 months. The two sentences shall run concurrently for a total of 20 years to serve. The defendant shall pay restitution jointly and severally with any and all co-defendants, Amber Huff and Austin Brown, in the amount of $23,125. Restitution is subject to a 5% clerk's fee and shall be added to each restitution payment or payment in full. Court costs shall not be taken from the restitution payments. Restitution shall be paid within 60 days of the defendant being released from incarceration. In the event restitution payments are needed, the above style case shall be brought before the court to establish monthly restitution payments at the time the defendant is released from incarceration. The Commonwealth opposes probation and shock probation. The defendant shall receive credit for time served. The defendant agrees to have any and all evidence forfeited and destroyed in a manner that is consistent with the Commonwealth of Kentucky and the holding agency.
Is that what you agreed to, sir?
Yes, sir.
Has anyone, including your attorney, offered you any benefit for entering this guilty plea?
No, sir.
Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the acts charged in the amended indictment?
Yes, sir.
You do so of your own free will.
Yes, sir.
Knowing your constitutional rights, that explains that still your desire to give up those rights to enter a plea and allow the court to fix your punishment as permitted by law.
Yes, sir.
You understand that in the future, any other guilty plea or future conviction, the penalty could be enhanced because of persistent felony offender law because of this plea. Is that your signature on the document?
It
You have
is.
an identified signature?
Yes, Your Honor.
Will you show him the signature?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I order pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation and parole. And sentencing will be on October 26th. Okay?
Thank you. Thank you, Judge. That's all I have. Maybe.
Yeah,
Excuse-
absolutely. Dustin Sutherland. Good morning, Mr. Sutherland. Good morning. This is 21 CI 0035, Commonwealth Kentucky versus Dustin Sutherland. Mr. Sutherland, were you born in 1982?
Yes.
Last four digits, social security number 6346.
Yes, Your Honor.
This is a probation revocation motion. What does the Commonwealth have?
Your Honor, Mr. Sutherland has a 5-year sentence on trafficking controlled substance first degree. According to Bonnie Greer, who was supervising, he's been absconded since September 28th of 22. And then when he was picked up in Carroll District Court, he got new misdemeanor charges.
Your client going to stipulate to be absent without leave?
Judge, this is my first time meeting Mr. Sutherland, and I hadn't received notice of the revocation.
Can you assign him a number, probation and parole? Can you assign him a number? So he won't be on the county.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll just put him off till October the 26th. That's all right with the Commonwealth.
No
That way
objection.
give your attorney opportunity to review it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What is Hayes here for? They've transported two additional people that I didn't have on the transportation list. One of them is Donald Hayes, is that correct? Dallas Hayes, is he on the docket? I don't see him on the docket.
Your Honor, if I may, which
Yeah,
Hayes
here
was
he
it,
is.
Donald or Dallas?
Dallas is Dallas Hayes.
Your Honor, he is on the pretrial docket, the jail docket.
Yeah, well, they transported him. That's what I'm telling you.
Yes, Your Honor.
We're gonna bring him out now. You understand what I'm saying? I didn't know they were gonna transport him, but he's here. So we're gonna, so they can finish with him and head back. We're gonna take him out of order.
Yes, Your Honor.
Commonwealth versus Dallas Hayes, 23 CR 0006. Are you Dallas Hayes?
Yes, sir.
Were you born in 1990, Mr. Hayes?
Yes, sir.
And last four digits, social security number 8662. We're here for a pretrial conference. What's the Commonwealth have to say?
Mr. Pennington and I briefly discussed this case. I think Mr. Hayes just got picked up recently. So if we could have one negotiation day on this.
When is the negotiation day gonna be?
October 20th at 9 a.m.
October 20th at 9 a.m. and the next court date would be October the 26th.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And the other person that we have here is Charles McCoy. Charles McCoy.
And Judge, Mr. McCoy is on on the Commonwealth's motion for hospitalization.
Well, it'd be good if we get him out here. Maybe not.
I understand, Judge.
Commonwealth Kentucky versus Charles McCoy, 22 CR 0044. Good morning, Charles.
Good morning.
Okay, this is a motion for involuntary hospitalization. I have reviewed the documents involved. Counsel, what do you have to say?
Pardon me?
The lawyers.
Judge, I just received the KCPC report yesterday afternoon. It's a very lengthy report. I've not had time to adequately review it. That's kind of where I'm at on his on the report.
Well, you need to go back there in a side room and review it.
Okay.
Charlie, they're going to look at your hospital records. This lawyer's been appointed to make sure that your rights are protected in addition to the regular lawyer you have. So if you'll just be patient with it, they're going to review your hospital records and we'll try to take care of you today, okay? So just go back here and wait, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
What can I help you? I'm sorry, James. You got what?
Okay, we'll come back to that. We'll start our out of custody. Dwayne Allen. Dwayne Allen. Commonwealth versus Dwayne Allen. Morning, Mr. Allen. This is 23 CR 0082, Commonwealth Kentucky versus Dwayne Allen. Are you Dwayne Allen?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1980.
Yes,
Last
sir.
four digits, social security number 8288.
Yes, sir.
You've been indicted. You have legal counsel here. You have the right to remain silent. So the grand jury of Cumberland County returned an indictment charging you with possession of a controlled substance, first degree methamphetamine, and operating a motor vehicle with expired driver's license. Do you understand what those charges are?
Yes, sir.
Okay, counsel, do you acknowledge the identity of your client received the indictment, away formal reading and arraignment, and plea not guilty, reserving all pre-trial motion?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order here, Mr. Allen, that Commonwealth will give your attorney the evidence that they have at this time to help in your defense, and your attorney has some obligation. We have it's out on bond, but we have a negotiation day on October the 20th at 9 a.m. And then the next court date will be on October the 26th. There are no complaints about your bond. You stay on the same bond, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Your Honor.
Richard Armstrong. There's an active warrant out for Mr. Armstrong. It does not appear he's been served. Ronnie Bays. Combo versus Bronny Bays, 22 CR 0026. Are you Bronny Bays?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 5442,
Yes, sir.
born in 1984.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're here for a pretrial conference.
Your Honor, Mr. Hunley was working on this case and he's been ill, as the court knows, and I thought he might be here this morning. I'd asked that we put it off a month or two so I could get with him and work on the
I
case.
can't hardly hear you.
I'd asked that it be put off a month or two so I can work on the case if he's unable to.
Well, let's do a check on it for October the 26th.
I should know then.
And
what
you
I-
will know, and if not, we can set a trial date when you think you'll be ready, okay?
Okay, that'll be fine.
Continue on the same bond.
Thank you, Judge.
Peyton Boer. Peyton Boer. Commonwealth versus Peyton Boer, 23 CR 0023. Are you Peyton Boer?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1984,
I do.
94?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, your social security number 4704.
Yes, sir.
You're here today for the purpose of a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, we've never been able to meet with Ms. Boer because of her, when she recently had her baby, so I'd ask it be set for October 20th.
October 20th at 9 a.m. You'll be here with counsel for negotiation day, and your next court date will be the 26th of October. Okay,
Yes, Judge.
continue on the same bond. Thomas Bradshaw. Thomas Bradshaw. Good morning, Mr. Bradshaw. This is Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Thomas Bradshaw, 23 CR 0085. You are Thomas Bradshaw, born in 1964. Last four digits, social security number 7621. You have an attorney with you. We're here for the purpose of arraignment. You have the right to remain silent. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging possession of controlled substance, first degree methamphetamine, possession of controlled substance, second degree, not having your license in possession or on demand possession of controlled substance not in original container, failure to notify the Department of Transportation, change of address, DUI, careless driving. Understand the charges. Mr. Bale, Counselor, you acknowledge the identity of Mr. Bradshaw, received indictment, wait formal reading arraignment, enter plea of not guilty.
Yes, Your Honor.
Reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Set a negotiation day up on this at 9 a.m. October 20th. The next court date's on October 26th. Been no complaints about his bond. What's the driving situation like right now? You got it where his license suspended. This is the first or?
Judge, this was a first. I don't think that was.
Yeah, my license haven't been suspended, but now on my,
Okay, I just asked you that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
You're
don't
fine.
want you to say too much. I want him, he's under the conditions of his bond for him to be home, work, church, the doctor. So I don't see a reason why he can't operate his vehicle. I'm not gonna put further restrictions on that. Just be very careful, Mr. President.
yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Denzel Burton. Denzel Burton. There's an active warrant on Denzel Burton. Keaton Cross. Keaton Cross. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Keaton Cross, 23 CR 0078. Good morning, Mr. Cross. Were you born in that?
Miss Holly.
She's right behind there. Is your year of birth 1999? Last four digits, so your social security number 1745. Is that right? Okay, you're here for the purpose of arraignment. You have the right to remain silent. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging possession of controlled substance in the first degree. Possession of drug paraphernalia. Let's drop it there. Possession of marijuana and careless driving. You understand those charges? You understand what the charges are?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Counselor, do you acknowledge the identity of your client received indictment? Wait formal reading and arraignment, enter plea not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Judge.
Sir, I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order. The Commonwealth is giving your attorney some of the information about your case. They're under continuing obligation to do that. We'll have a conference that you can attend to negotiate on October 20th at 9 a.m. And your next court date's on October 26th. Both of those are conditions of your bond. With no complaint about your bond, you remain on the same bond today. All right? Thank you very much. Brett Davis. Brett Davis. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Brett Davis, 23 CR 0028. Are you Brett Davis?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
You were born in 1994.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 2736.
Yes, sir.
You're represented by Mr. Cross. We're here for a pretrial conference.
We need a trial date.
We do, Your Honor. We've not given up.
Well,
We've not given up settling this case, but we can settle it now. And we're gonna,
Mr. Cross is not giving up, but I have.
well, I think money's a great salve, Mr. Stockton, so,
There's been a time for that, now there's a time to try.
are you ready to go?
Well, I've got to get my witnesses in and go over it. Yeah, we've got to prepare for it, but I think
What kind of time frame you talking about? We got some trial dates.
30 to 45 days probably.
it'll be because of the nature of the case, a construction deal. I think safely we need to have 2 days on it, don't you, Matt? I feel like it'll be,
I've not got any notice of getting experts, so.
Something might come up at the last minute.
You never know.
never know.
What's the nature?
It's a construction case where there's allegations that a lot of money was paid and very little work was done.
Correct. Correct analysis, Your Honor.
Had we previously tried to set some things on November 7th election day?
Yeah, the seventh selection. I don't mind trying it that day.
Yeah, I don't think.
Oh, that's big. Well,
Let's try November 7th and 8th.
Your Honor, I've got Wayne Circuit Court on the 7th. I'm sorry.
What have you got there?
I've got a suppression motion. It's motion day. I've got a suppression motion that's set and one that's been pending for a while.
I can call a judge for you.
Well, I know you could, that's what you feel. The other problem though, looking is Wednesday, September 8th is a disaster day for me. I've just got everything in the world set that day.
What about the 13th and 14th?
that's fine with me, Your Honor.
Judge, I'm sure you could call the judge of Cumberland District Court and get me out of trials on the 13th, but the 14th is an extremely busy day and I've got a commitment that afternoon. Bump it out just a little longer. we're good on the 20th, 21st, 22nd, 27th, and 28th. I don't know what the court's got.
Sure, they don't do it on the 20th and 21st, 25th.
20th and 21st, fine.
You're wrong.
Thank you.
Ashley Dyer. Commonwealth versus Ashley Dyer. Commonwealth versus Ashley Dyer. It's 21 CR 0013. Are you Ashley Dyer?
Yes, sir.
You were born in 1988.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 2417.
Yes, sir.
Your attorney Ken Garrett.
He was.
Who's your attorney now?
I don't know if Mr. Garrett ever withdrew or not.
Draw. What's the charge here?
It's basically, she's got a possession case and she had a 3-year sentence. She's had a couple of failed drug tests. I spoke with Mr. Garner. I was wanting to place her in drug court. What I was wanting to do. If she wanted to do that, otherwise I'd ask her
Can you
to.
afford an attorney? Where you work?
Worked for different ladies cleaning their houses.
Domestic service kind of.
Yes.
Well, give her an affidavit as far as what she can afford. And I feel very well want public advocacy. She qualifies. Did you come up here and get an affidavit, fill it out? So, we'll come back to you in a few minutes. Aiden Fields. Aiden Fields. Commonwealth versus Aiden Fields. 21 CR 0013. No. Are you Aiden Fields?
Yes.
You born in 1977?
Yes.
Last four digits, social security number 0320.
Yes.
We're on a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say? What does the Commonwealth have to say about
We
Mr.
have a plea, Your Honor.
Okay, so the felony.
No, it's a pretrial diversion.
Mr. Fields, I understand that you wish to hear a plea today. Is that correct? Yes. Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Okay. Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 23 CR 0051?
Yes.
Is your judgment impaired in any way today? Have you discussed these matters with your attorney and you're satisfied with her advice?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? Believe you're fully informed about your case?
Yes.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea. You have certain rights under Kentucky and the United States Constitution. Before I can accept the plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. I'm going to go through them at the end. I'm going to ask you if you understand them. If you don't, you step away and talk to your attorney. Okay? You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make the same thing. Right to speak, right to do, right to represent the counsel of your trial, right to confirm, cross-examine all witnesses, call testify against you, right to use evidence, right to call witnesses in favor and have processes to prevent anything. Right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and right to call the Commonwealth, require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty. That charge against you. You understand that the entering a guilty plea doesn't give you up those rights. You understand that? I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, I may apply any range of sense provided law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. If I don't accept it, you'll have the right to withdraw your plea. You understand that? I have some qualifying questions. Have you previously been diverted on a pretrial diversion in the last 5 years? Have you had any felony convictions in the last 10 years? You have to say something because that's a voice activated microphone, okay? So in the past 5 years, have you been diverted?
No.
Okay, in the past 10 years, have you been convicted of felony?
No.
You understand that if you if you fully complete the pretrial diversion, your case will be dismissed, pretrial diverted, you get it expunged. However, if you do not successfully complete the diversion, probably you will be brought back before the court and outside for the revoke the pretrial diversion and schedule a sentencing hearing. You understand that?
Yes.
What is the Commonwealth's recommendation? And listen very closely to this.
Your Honor, Mr. Fields will plead guilty possession of controlled substance first degree, receive 3 years, pretrial diverted for 5 years. He'd be assessed by the SSC, follow all recommendations. He'd obtain and maintain gainful employment, and all evidence in this case will be destroyed.
Is that what you agreed to, sir?
Yes.
Has anybody threatened or coerced you in any way to get you to do that?
No.
You pleading guilty because you did commit the acts charged in the amended indictment.
Yes.
Are you doing so of your own free will?
Yes.
Now, knowing the constitutional rights I've explained to you, is it still your right to enter this? Is it still your decision to enter this plea to the charges?
Yes.
Now, you also notice if you get revoked on this sentence as a felon, you'll be subject to the persistent felony offender law. If you have another conviction in the future, to be enhanced. You understand that?
Yes.
Is that your signature on the document?
Yes, it is.
There wasn't any requirement for any drug court or anything like that in this case.
No, a social services clinician referral, Your Honor.
You'll need to meet with the probation parole officer right there. I'll sign the document. What are the court costs? $240. You need some time to pay that.
Yes.
And I'll start letting you pay it at $40 a month. First payment due 30 days from today. Okay. Thank you very much for the probation parole officer right there.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Donna Firkin. Alma versus Donna Firkin. Are you Donna Firkin? You Donna Firkin?
Yes.
This is 23 CR 0015. Were you born in 1973?
Yes.
Last 4 digits, social security number 6727.
Yes.
You're represented by a DPA. What's the motion here today?
Your Honor, it's my understanding it's a motion for a hardship license that I didn't file the motion.
You filed the motion. Jim?
This application that thing from her lawyer.
And then served that.
No, Your Honor,
Let's. I don't know anything about hardship license. It usually happens in district court. Commonwealth litigation. Where are you working at now, man?
Wendy's, Somerset, Wendy's.
Probation and parole know this lady here.
I do.
How's she doing?
Well, she's been participating in the Protea treatment facility in Somerset. I submitted a transfer for continuity for her to be supervised by the Somerset office. I don't know if you've met with them yet. Okay, you got to do that in order for that to be transferred to be taking place. Other than that, nothing else.
Your Honor, I've dealt with Ms. Firkin over the years, and I'd say probably right now it's the best time I've seen her in her life as far as sobriety. So if she qualifies for the hardship license to work, I have no objection.
Would it be a restricted use?
Yeah, be restricted to go to work. She'll be
She works from 3 to 11, I think. So, that'll be-
I'd like to give you a merit badge. You're one of the few people who come up here that do any work, so I'm gonna give you a break on using that license, but you go to church services anywhere?
Yeah.
Okay, you can drive to work and to church. Okay. If you need anything else other than that, you need to call your probation and parole officer. And like the officer told you, you need to go up there immediately, get your case transferred up there. That could get you revoked, but it's not doing that. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll sign it. You might want to wait around to get the document to take with you, or will it be entered in the computer?
No.
Is there a place for you to sign it there? I'll sign it. Michael Graves. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Michael Graves. Are you Michael Graves?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1972. Is that correct?
Yes.
Last 4 digits, social security number 9793. This is 23 CR 0060. We're here for pre-trial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
We have a diversion.
What is the charge?
It looks like possession of controlled substance, first degree.
A motion's been tendered, sir, that says you wish to enter guilty plea. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
Plead freely and voluntarily given.
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 23 CR 0060?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, sir.
Have you discussed these matters with your attorney? Are you satisfied with his advice?
I have, yes.
Are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you and you believe you're fully informed about the case?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept the plea, I'll go over these rights, sir, and you can tell me if you understand them. If you don't, you can step away from the podium and discuss them with your attorney. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make the same thing. Right to speak trial, the jury, right to be represented by counsel for jury trial. Right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, right to appeal this matter higher court if you lose, and right to apply the Commonwealth prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. Understand it, but in the guilty plea that you give up those rights. You understand that?
I did.
Okay, now I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided below. I don't have to accept it. In the event that I do not accept the recommendation here today, you have a right to withdraw your plea. I'm gonna ask some qualifying questions. Have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years?
No.
Have you had any felonies in the past 10 years?
No, sir.
Are you currently on probation?
Yeah, I think I just recently got a probation on a certain district.
There's only in district courts, Your Honor. He has a matter in district
What
court.
is that?
It's involving a theft.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, theft, or it's something a little bit peculiar, but that's a misdemeanor prorated sentence, which I believe that it all occurred at the same time.
Who's that?
I've got it all in my thought back. If you need it.
Showing court that's theft by deception, cold checks. What it's showing. He was charged on April 24th of 23. This case was June 9th. So about a month and a half later.
Well, here's what happened, Mr. Stockton and the court, when they came to pick him up on that warrant, the drugs were found. So it's all a contemporaneous type thing, and that's just a misdemeanor. I don't think it affects his eligibility under those circumstances.
How
You,
much?
Mr. Stockton? I don't think that would affect it.
I was on speaker selling or had a diversion.
It doesn't say, we don't have that information on the amount of the cold check.
I've about got it. I've about got the paid up too.
So he'll either abide by the terms of probation or he's gonna have problems.
You understand, if you fully complete the diversion agreement, the charges against you will be dismissed and you can have your record expunged. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You understand, if you do not complete the diversion successfully, you'll be brought back to the court. The court will order a sentencing hearing, order a pre-sentence investigation for you to be a convicted felon at that time. And future convictions could be used to enhance sentences under persistent felony offender law. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
What is the Commonwealth's recommendation, Mr. Gordon Anderson?
Upon a plea of guilty to possession of controlled substance first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years, pre-trial diverted for 5 years. Diversion is to be supervised. The defendant agrees to be assessed by the social services clinician and will follow any recommendations. The defendant shall obtain gainful employment or do 30 hours per week of community service until gainful employment is attained. The defendant agrees to have any and all drug paraphernalia and contraband disposed of in accordance with the laws of the Commonwealth of Kentucky.
Is that what you agreed to? Sir, is that what you agreed to?
Is that what you agree with? Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the acts and as charged in the amended indictment?
Yes, sir.
Are you doing so of your own free will?
Yes.
Knowing your constitutional rights, and still your desire to give up those rights, enter plea guilty and allow the court to fix your punishment. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that your signature on the diversion?
Yes.
I'll accept the diversion agreement. And I will sign it today. You'll need to meet with the probation and parole officer. Be very careful. Court cost is $215. You need some time to pay
I
that.
do, please.
Okay, I'll just pay it at $30 a month. First payment is due 30 days from today.
Okay.
All right. So listen, during this time period, you need to be very careful. Follow the instructions that they've given you in this agreement. Now, on occasion, if someone does that for a period of years, they can come back and have a period shortened on occasion. You know, but you need to be the probation parole officer. You what? Wait a second. He's got to sign the document.
Jesse wants to sign.
I'll sign the document and you meet with probation parole officer. Donald Hayes. Donald Hayes. Donna Firkin, are you still here? You want to come up here? Ms. Firkin, if you will take this downstairs to clerk's office and have it time stamped, they'll tell you what to do next, okay? Commonwealth versus Donald Hayes, 23 CR 0072. Mr. Hayes, were you born in 1963?
Yes.
Last four digits, social security number 6387. 6387, last four digits, your social security number. You're here today for arraignment. You have the right to remain silent, okay? Anything you say could be used against you. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with burglary in the third degree, criminal mischief in the first degree, theft, unlawful taking, or disposition, criminal trespass. Third degree. And possession of burglary tools. You understand those charges, what they are?
Yes.
Theft, unlawful taking, or disposition. Counselor, you acknowledge the identity of your client, receipt indictment, wait formal arraignment, reading of the indictment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor, and just for the record, I don't believe, I think the posture of this case, Mr. Hayes was represented by DPA at the lower level in a misdemeanor case, which led to this case, so I would think it would be a formal appointment more than a continuation.
Well, I'll do that. Enter an order. Make sure I enter an order on it.
I was looking at a unique posture. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Hayes, that reciprocal discovery order was signed and your attorney will get information. You'll need to be here at 9 a.m. on October the 20th to negotiate your case. And then you'll need to be back here on October the 26th at 9 a.m. for your next court appearance. Both of those are conditions to your bond, okay? Commonwealth versus Amy Huddleston. Amy Huddleston. Ms. Huddleston been processed? Commonwealth versus Amy Huddleston, 23 CR 0074. Are you Amy Huddleston?
Yes.
You have an attorney with you? Born in 1978.
Yes.
Last four digits, social security number 72, 74. What's her bond? What's her bond?
$15,000 surety with the standard completion.
Okay. You don't need to fill out an affidavit to see if you're eligible for a public defender.
He had to be a district court.
Okay, that'll be fine. I'll continue that. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging possession of controlled substance methamphetamine. First degree possession of drug paraphernalia. The change of address on a driver's license appears. And failure to signal. Counselor, you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive indictment, waive formal reading arraignment, enter plea you're not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Signing the reciprocal discovery order, ma'am, that Commonwealth will give your attorney all the information they have at this juncture and continue to do so to help prepare for your case. You need to be here on October 20th for a discussion, negotiation, and October 26th. You are in the custody of the jailer until you get somebody to make your bond.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So. Now you can, do you have anybody you can call to make your bond? Okay, well, let her use your cell phone or something, see if she can call somebody. That way maybe she can make a bond before she gets transported. Scotty Lay. Commonwealth versus Scotty Lay, 22 CR 0018. Are you Scotty Lay? You born in 1967?
Yes.
Last four digits of social security number 2701. You're here today for sentencing. You had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation court under probation parole.
Yes.
Is it substantially correct?
Yes.
Counselor, is there any reason why this gentleman should not be sentenced?
No, Your Honor.
On plea of guilty possession of controlled substance, it should receive 3 years. On plea of guilty operating under influence, he should receive 7 days in jail, pay a $300 fine plus cost. On plea of guilty to failure to maintain insurance, he shall pay $500 plus cost. So you roll all those up together. $1,375 of fine and court costs. Is it service 7 days?
Yes, Your Honor. He has 29 days of credit.
Okay. Custody jail.
Your Honor, it was a probated sentence. I apologize.
You were saying anything about that? Look at the plea agreement. Mr. Stockton?
It's on the, Your Honor, for some reason, it says it on the next page, 3 years probated for a period of 5 years. I don't,
Yeah, I noticed that when I was reviewing the document yesterday. It doesn't have it on the first page. It's supervised.
See it all.
That is the agreement. It's to be
I
supervised.
know, but.
We can write it in initially.
Do what? You need to, you take this one here and write it in and I'll initial it and then date it today, okay? That's the agreement, man. We'll follow your. How much time do you need to pay this money?
Well, I'm on, I should be getting my disability.
Okay, how about,
I'm doing disability.
how about $50 a month first payment, 30 days into that?
I think they said it at 40 when I was here last time. We agreed with it. Me and Sarah Payton.
they were co-defendants, Your Honor. I think, given that the court had mentioned last time that potential 40 for both, and he made her first payment today for her.
Well, I'm not talking about the restitution. I'm not talking about the restitution.
It's all court costs, Your Honor. Hers, Miss Page's was as well.
How much does she owe?
3,
He owes $1,200 and something. If he's paying $40 for both of them at $1,200 and something, he'd have to live to be 103.
Your Honor, I apologize. I missed, it was 40 for Miss Page and plus 40 for him. So for a total of
Well,
80.
okay, well, I'll tell you what, you pay 40 for each one of you. And then when her 40 is paid, you just keep paying the 80, okay? So that until hers gets paid, you just pay 40 on yours. You understand what I'm saying?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your probation parole officer. Jerry McClister. There's a warrant out for Mr. McClister. It seems to be active. He's been taken into custody. He decided to gracious with his appearance. Commonwealth versus Jerry McClister. 23 CR 0077. Are you Jerry McClister? Are you Jerry McClister? Were you born in 1965? Last 4 digits, social security number 8984. Okay, do you have an attorney? Public advocacy. Okay. You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You have the right to remain silent. I'm going to return the indictment here. If there's anything that you don't understand, you can step away and ask your attorney. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you possession of controlled substance of first degree. Possession of drug paraphernalia. Possession of controlled substance not in the original container. Operating a motor vehicle under the influence, possession of open alcohol container, and careless driving. Counselor, do you acknowledge the addendum to your client received indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, you need to be here on October the 20th for a negotiation date at 9 a.m. and October the 26th at 9 a.m. for your next court appearance. Both of those are conditions of your bond. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
And what is this bond?
$15,000 surety.
Okay, you're under a $15,000 surety bond. You have somebody to make that bond for you. Well, do you have any family members or anybody you can call?
Interested in that surety, the provider group this morning.
Did your sister sign it previously? Your sister here?
Yeah, she's here.
Well, you signed this bond for it. It won't cost you anything.
Yes.
Okay, only time it'll cost you if he doesn't show up. Now, I understand he's got a medical issue that we won't go into publicly.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go ahead and approve her for the bond because of your condition, okay? Ma'am, if you'll go down there and sign the bond, as soon as it's signed, you can take him and go, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
There you go, sir.
Yeah, you can go, you're gonna have to stay with him here for a minute till she goes downstairs and signs the bond. Make sure he's not transported because he's got a condition. He really does need to be in the next county jail. Okay. James Murray, active warrant, James Murray. Mr. Stockton.
Yes, well, put it in the CNC.
Ricky Purdue. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Ricky Purdue. Are you Ricky Purdue? Sir. This is 23 CR 0050. Mr. Purdue, you were born in 1981.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of Social Security 1284.
Yes, sir.
Represented the Office of Public Advocacy. What have y'all?
It's a misdemeanor plea.
What's the charge?
Charge was complicity to possession of a controlled substance first degree. The co-defendant in this case took a felony plea on the possession.
Claiming the stash.
Your Honor, it's Mr. Fields, he played earlier today.
Motion's been tendered, says you wish to enter guilty plea today. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Yes, sir. Freely and voluntarily given.
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person that is named in indictment number 23 CR 0050?
Yes, sir.
You discuss this matter with your attorney. Are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes, sir.
You review the evidence the Commonwealth has against you, believe you're fully informed about the case.
Yes, sir.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. We'll go over the rights at the end of it. I'm going to ask you if you understand, okay? You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speed trial, the jury, right to be represented to counsel at your jury trial, right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. Right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you choose, and right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you guilty charge and that you understand.
Yes, sir.
That by entering your guilty plea today, you give up all those rights. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply the range of sentence provided by law. However, if I decide to reject the recommendation, you have a right to withdraw your plea. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Upon a plea of guilty to possession of a drug paraphernalia, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 6 months, probated for 6 months. Probation shall not be supervised. The defendant shall pay a $250 fine. The defendant shall receive credit for time served. The defendant shall obtain gainful employment or do a minimum of 30 hours of community service per week until gainful employment is obtained. And the defendant agrees to have any and all evidence in the above style case disposed of in accordance with the laws of the Commonwealth and the holding agency.
You have a job now.
Working with Junior Smith.
You have a job at your organization.
Yeah, they break a lot of stuff away.
Yeah. Okay, is anyone, including your attorney, threatened coerce you anyway. Is that your understanding of what the plea is? Are you doing so because you are guilty of the act that you're pleading guilty to?
Yes, sir.
This is a misdemeanor plea, so I don't think it's enhanceable. Is that right? It's not enhanceable. Okay, now, how much was the total fine and court cost?
$475.
It wasn't a DUI or anything. Was it? You need some time to pay the $475.
Yes, sir.
If you pay it at $35 a month. Okay. And the first payment's 30 days from today. Is that your signature on there?
Yes, sir.
I'll accept the agreement. It's not supervised, but you need to talk to him anyway.
Yeah, we'll put some information off of it.
You meet with probation parole officer for information. That'd be good. Robert Purdue.
Judge, and I'm assuming this will relieve Mr. Purdue of his ankle monitor.
Well, if you want to keep it on, can you?
Well, I think you've got somebody.
Okay, well, we got somebody else that wants it.
Thank you.
Okay, we can take it off of them. Robert Purdue. Cumberland versus Robert. Are you Robert Purdue?
Yes.
Born in 1963. Born in 1963.
Yes. It's a bit hard hearing, Your Honor.
Would you like the earphones? Do you have a hearing aid in?
I don't have one, sir.
Okay, give him some.
Just let him hang down, Robert, okay?
Is that a little better?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Mr. Purdue, you born in 1963?
Yes.
Last four digits, social security number 3514.
Yes.
We have a pretrial diversion revocation. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, this is a 3-year sentence on trafficking. He was placed on pretrial diversion. And on September 22nd, he had a positive for methamphetamine and marijuana. The problem was he used a milk bottle to try to sneak in water for the sample. The probation officer's on, I think, Mr. Casey. We spoke about this case. He had lined him up to see the SSC as far as some type of treatment, but the SSC, I think, had a death in the family and was unable to meet with him. So we'd like to pass this and get him evaluated, if that's all right with the court. Evidently, this was his first problem, but
Yeah, but you tried to bring an adulterer
it wasn't.
test.
It was a fake test, tried to fake the test. So I'll leave it up
I
to
don't
court.
know. I don't know whether anything's going to,
But I'm prepared to put on testimony if I need to.
Your Honor, I understand. I told Mr. Purdue the court takes an extremely dim view of this. Mr. Purdue is 60 years old. He'd never really been in any trouble before, and he's done real well for about a year. And I think he probably just got some bad advice from somebody. And we know there's consequences, but there's not been any other problems. And I wish we could just pass it till the next motion day and see where we are on this. And I've cautioned Mr. Purdue that if anybody's on thin ice, he is. Correct, Mr. Purdue? Yes.
Well, let's go ahead and take the testimony since we got the officer here. And I will take it under. Officer, you raise your right hand. Swear the testimony you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do, Your Honor.
State your name for the record, please.
My name is Hunter Casey. I'm Assistant Supervisor with Probation and Parole.
Mr. Stockton, you want to inquire?
I can't hear him over here. Can you all?
I can.
Speak up a little bit, sir, okay?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Casey, have you been supervising Mr. Purdue?
I have.
Okay. Has he had any sanctions, not sanctions, has he had any violations of his probation?
He has not since he started.
Okay. Did you have a problem with him on September 22nd of 22? I'm sorry, I got the wrong date here. On September 5th of 23, did you have any problem with?
I'm sorry, did I have a what?
Was there a violation on September the 5th of 2023?
There was.
Could you explain to the court what happened?
Your Honor, may I come up and listen to it there? You've got a speaker and nobody else does.
Wait just a second. What's the problem? You what?
It's picking up on the record. I don't like sliding up.
TV turned up on.
You just need to speak up real loud, officer. Okay,
I'll get as close as I can, Your Honor, and try to make that possible.
that's a lot better. Go
Yes.
ahead.
Thank you.
That is correct.
Tell
There
the
was
court what happened on September 5th.
absolutely. Mr. Purdue had missed a report date, and when he ended up showing up later on in the afternoon, as part of the procedures for a missed report date, I usually always administer a drug screen just to verify. Mr. Purdue seemed a little squirrely about it at the time. We went in to administer the drug screen, and he thought it was a little strange about that I had to be in there to observe, and I explained to him why we had to observe drug screens, because people try to alter them, et cetera, bring in outside sources. Let Mr. Purdue go back out into the lobby where he was advised to drink some water and prepare to provide a sample. Sometime later, he came back in and we attempted to collect another sample. And throughout the duration of the sample collection, it was just very odd and awkward. And I noticed that it wasn't proceeding as normal, where I addressed that with Mr. Purdue, and he admitted that he was attempting to alter it and produced the bottle that he said that he had put some water into. And then we discussed the option of potentially detaining him. There wasn't a sheriff's deputy around at the time to look at charging him with anything. I know in Hopkinsville, a lot of times we have them detained and charged with either tampering or I forgot what the other charge is that they will use. But then he immediately admitted that he had used and provided an actual sample that did in fact test positive. And then we moved on from there. I gave him another report date and I told him that I would be filing the violation and that we would have to see what Your Honor had to say about the situation.
Okay. Did you attempt to line him up for an assessment?
I did. And he met and he came in as he was reported to do so on the 21st of September. However, like you previously stated, there was an emergent situation with our clinician where he was not able to be seen at the time.
Has he been tested since that September 5th date?
He has not, just because I knew we had this court date coming up, and we just gave him told him to be here. He's scheduled to come and see me on the 12th as well, and the clinician is aware of his situation and is ready to assess him when he's available.
I have nothing further.
Sir, how have you and Mr. Purdue gotten along since last year when he was placed on probation up until this problem?
I haven't had an issue previously with Mr. Purdue. He's had a couple of instances that involved law enforcement, but most of those were a traffic situation. I think he had a situation where there was a traffic collision with a work vehicle, but I mean, nothing. He's reported on time previously. He's been available anytime that I've needed to call him. Leading up to this point, we have not had any sort of other issue.
What did he test positive for?
Methamphetamines and marijuana.
Did Mr. Purdue offer an explanation to you of why he tried to tamper with this test?
There was a lot of things that was going on at the time. He was extremely upset about the whole situation. He did offer some excuse as to why. I think he was just saying he had a lot going on in his life, and there was something that had happened. I cannot recall the exact conversation. However, he did try to.
Perhaps that his wife had left him.
That sounds familiar.
And do you believe that you can get him evaluated and get him into some treatment over there?
I can certainly have him evaluated and get him into some sort of situation. It's just the fact that I thought was odd was that he and I had just had the conversation as to why I observed the drug screens prior to his decision to alter the drug screen or attempt to.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
I don't have anything else. No other witnesses.
I'll ask you some questions. Okay. All for Mr. Purdue, Your Honor.
Could ask him if he could pass the drug?
You passed the
test
drug
today?
screen today, Robert?
Yes, sir, could.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go ahead and hold this in abeyance and have him report to his probation and parole officer to get an evaluation as to see what kind of issues that he has. I'm very disappointed, sir, that you tried to alter that test. If I don't revoke you, you'd be the first person I haven't revoked. I'm aware of that altered the test. But since you were so ineffectual in doing it, I don't think you'll be very much of a danger of altering another one. That was the poorest attempt I've ever seen to alter one, quite frankly.
He is 60 years old, so
I've
he
got
has to keep
shoes,
up
I've
with modern
got
techniques.
shoes older than that, so that's no excuse that he's 60 years
I'm
old.
not
Okay.
saying it's.
Okay, you need to leave it alone, Mr. Cross, because he's fixing to walk out of here if you don't say anything else. We're gonna have him come here again on October 26th, and if he can be, you go to your when you want him to come back to the probation and parole office?
Oh, Your Honor, he's got a standing report date right now of October 12th. However, if he would call me when you are all finished with him, I can get him set with our clinician this afternoon. He's sort of standing by, to see the outcome of what happened today.
They're gonna get you set up with a clinician this afternoon, and then you can report to them on your regular date, and they can talk what the results are, okay?
You call him when you leave here, Robert. Okay. You got his number. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
Yeah. Charles Perkins. Commonwealth versus Charles Perkins. 23 CR 0029. Are you Charles Perkins? Yes, sir. Born in 1981. Last four Social Security number 9080. Yes, sir. Here for pretrial conference.
Felony plea, Your Honor.
The motion's been tendered today, sir, that says you wish to enter a felony plea. Is that correct? Yes. Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Yes, sir. Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? Yes. Are you the same person named in indictment number 23 CR 0029? Is your judgment impaired today in any way? Yes, sir. Have you discussed this matter with your attorney? Are you satisfied with his advice? Yes. You the evidence the Commonwealth has against you, and you believe you're fully informed about your case. You understand that you do not have to enter the guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States. Before I can accept the plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speak trial, the jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, right to file a conduct prove on the briefs without that you're guilty charged against you. Understand that by entering your guilty plea today, you give up those rights. You understand that? I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided below. I don't have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I will await a pre-sentence investigation report to be done for probation and parole. In the event that I decide not to accept the recommendation and impose a harsher sentence, you have a right to withdraw your plea and proceed to trial. Do you understand that? Listen very carefully as Ms. Gordon Anderson says what the agreement is. Ms. Gordon Anderson.
Upon a plea of guilty to possession of controlled substance, first degree methamphetamine, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years, probated for 5 years. Probation is to be supervised. The defendant agrees to be assessed by the social service clinician and will follow any recommendations. The defendant shall obtain gainful employment or do 30 hours per week community service until gainful employment is obtained. The defendant agrees to have any and all drug paraphernalia and contraband disposed of in accordance with the laws of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Defendant shall remain on active supervision until any and all fines and court costs are paid in full or until further request of probation from.
Is that what you agreed to, sir?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, if I may, just a minor point of order, there was an agreement to dismiss the violations and misdemeanors.
You're talking about what's in the plea.
Oh,
Are you pleading guilty because you committed the acts charged in the amended indictment? So you're pleading guilty of your own free will, okay? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Knowing your constitutional rights explained to you, is it still your desire to give up those rights and never plead guilty and allow the court to fix your punishment within the range permitted by law? Okay,
That's right, sir.
okay, is that your signature on the document?
Yes, sir.
I'll accept the plea order of pre-sentence investigation report scheduled sentencing for October the 26th. There have been no complaints about your bond. This was a probated sentence, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
There's been no complaints about your actions, so you continue on the same bond. You meet with the probation parole officer out there.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Dorothy Poland, there's an active warrant out, Mr. Stockton.
We'll put it in CS.
Darian Riddle. Cromwell versus Darian Riddle. 23 CR 0057, Darian Riddle. 1972, is that correct?
Yes.
Last four digits, social security number 4086. You're here for a pre-trial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
He told me he wanted to trial date, Your Honor.
What's the charge?
Possession.
Trial date? You want a trial date?
Judge, that was my client's wishes.
Would you offer?
I think with Mr. Riddle's record, I offered like a year and a half or something, but I was waiting for a counter offer, never got one for a trial date.
You got the results back from the lab.
They are back, Your Honor.
So you'll have to have the first from the lab schedule, correct?
That's correct.
I don't understand why we have this, still have the 6th, 7th, and 8th November, except for election day. Is that the reason we have it open still?
Yes. Yes.
How about the 8th of November? Can you see if you get the lab person down here?
Yeah, we'll have Amber with us, but really in depth. Give us just a minute, we can take.
Did you say the 8th, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Judge, before,
The lab examiner is double booked on that day. She's available the 6th. She's available the 6th.
Judge, Mr. Riddle tells me perhaps one more negotiation that we may reach a resolution to this in avoidance of taking a valuable court date.
Here's the thing about it. Won't you step over here and ask Mr. Riddle what he would be willing to take, and just tell the Commonwealth that while we're here. Step away to somebody they can hear. The charges in this first possession, is that right? It's possession only, is what it.
Yeah, it's vested. Okay, we'll draw the paperwork.
We'll drop him in the dock and come back. Okay. John Scott. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus John Scott, 23 CR 0045. Are you John Scott?
Yes, sir.
1962.
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 9063.
Yes, sir.
Here for pre-trial conference. What do you have?
A diversion.
What's the charge?
It will be a possession of controlled substance, first degree.
Okay. Let me guess. Yeah.
Yes,
Motion to continue to serve. It says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
So this is plea freely and voluntarily given. Are you the same person named in 23 CR 0045?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, sir.
Have you discussed this charge with your attorney?
Yes, sir.
Are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed the evidence Commonwealth has against you? You believe you're fully informed about your case?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today, sir. You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I can accept the plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. Okay? You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speak trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, right to receive evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and right to require Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charge against you. You understand that by entering guilty plea, you give up those rights. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided below. I do not have to accept the recommendation. In the event I don't accept the recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea and proceed to trial. And I'm going to ask you some qualifying questions. And you've previously been pretrial diverted in the last 5 years.
No, sir.
Have you had any felonies in the past 10 years, or are you currently on probation? You understand that if you complete the diversion program, the charge of dismissed pretrial diversion, your record will be expunged. You understand if you do not fully complete the diversion program, the court can revoke your pretrial diversion, schedule a sentencing hearing, and you will be a convicted felon that can be used against you in future convictions. You understand
Yes,
that?
sir.
Ms. Gordon Anderson, what is the recommendation?
upon a plea of guilty to possession of controlled substance, first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years, pretrial diverted for 5 years. Diversion is to be supervised. Upon a plea of guilty to failure to maintain insurance, the defendant shall pay a fine of $500. Upon operating a motor vehicle with alcohol concentration of or above 0.08, or while under the influence of alcohol or other substances, first offense, aggravated circumstances, the defendant shall serve 4 days and pay a fine of $200. The defendant shall pay all fines and court costs at discretion of the court and shall remain on supervision until paid in full. Then it shall obtain gainful employment or do 30 hours per week of community service until gainful employment is obtained. The defendant agrees to have any and all drug paraphernalia and contraband disposed of in accordance with the laws of the Commonwealth of Kentucky.
Is that what you understood, sir? Is that what you understood the agreement was? Are you pleading guilty to the acts as amended because you are guilty of doing those acts? Is that correct? Knowing your constitutional rights, as I've explained, is still your desire to proceed to enter the plea. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that your signature on the motion and offer?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Bailiff, will you recover that?
Judge, we are executing a DUI guilty form in addition to this.
Okay, now that you entered a plea to the DUI, you also realize that that's enhanceable. In other words, if you get another DUI, this DUI could be against you to get more severe punishment. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're scheduled to come back here on the 26th day of October for sentencing.
Yes, Your Honor.
It's a pretrial version. Excuse me. You don't have to come back for that. I'll go ahead and sentence you today on the DUI because you owe $1,350. You need some time to pay that? Okay. Well, I'll give you quite a bit if you want it. Can you pay $50 a month?
Yeah.
You can pay $50 a month. And since you owe as much as you do, I'd like to ask you to make the first payment today. Can you pay $50 today?
Yeah.
Pay $50 today and $50 on every anniversary, every 30 days until you pay it full. And we need to meet. You signed all the DUI documents. Mr. Bailiff, you get those? Okay, you need to meet with the probation parole officer right there, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Janessa Smith. Janessa Smith. Are you Janessa Smith?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1989?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, your social security number are 1768.
Yes, sir.
This is 23 CR 0068, a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, I have subpoenaed. We have had no luck getting in contact with the victim in this case. I did a subpoena to try to get him today. And that would be Kenneth Huddleston. Is he present in the courtroom? Can you check, Jessica, and see if that subpoena's been served? I've not been able to do anything on this case because we've had no contact with the victim. And this is an odd case.
What kind of case is it?
Well, allegedly, Miss Smith took a four-wheeler that belonged to Mr. Huddleston, and during a traffic stop, he came down and claimed it was stolen. And then I got a message from somebody saying, well, he'd recanted. Miss Rich has tried to contact him by phone. We've written him a letter by phone, and now I've issued a subpoena trying to get him here in court, and I've not had any luck.
Was it served on him?
It's not been signed.
Not been served. So
Call the attention of the sheriff's office.
I will. I'd ask that it be set for the 26th, and if I can't have any
We'll
contact, I
just
might
set
be
it
ready to
for the
dismiss the
26th.
case.
Set it for the 26th.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mary Beth Stalker. Commonwealth versus Mary Beth Stalker, 23 CR 0038. Are you Mary Beth Stalker? Born in 1983, last four digits, social security number 2212.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Perigin, do you need to go back here and talk to Mr. McCoy again before we bring his case up?
Yes, let me go back and speak.
Is he in a private cell back there? Okay. You'll give her an opportunity and you need to stay present. We probably need another bailiff up here, because you need to stay present with her. Officer Decker, could you get somebody else to come up?
I'll call him.
She'll call them. You just come up here. We'll be good. Thank you so much, officer. What do you have in this case?
Your Honor, we've been discussing this case. Mr. Pennington furnished me some documents last night. I need to discuss those with the victim in the case. If we can have one more time, I think we can.
You want
maybe get it resolved,
negotiation
get it
date?
Friday.
You want a negotiation date too?
Yeah, the 20th and the 26th.
October the 20th at 9 a.m. in October the 26th, your next court appearance. Both of those are conditions of your bond, okay? Thank you very much. Ella Stearns. Madera County Jail, we just got 5 more people, then we'll be right with you. Commonwealth versus Ella Stearns. Ms. Perigin.
Yes.
Mr. McCoy's sister is back there. If you don't know her, she's back there if you want to discuss anything with her.
Okay.
Would you identify yourself? Are you Ella Stearns? You born in 1965? Last 4 digits of social security number 6792. This is 23 CR 0034. What's the Commonwealth have to say on a pretrial conference?
Felony plea, Your Honor.
Okay. Motion has been tendered. It says you wish to enter a guilty plea today. Is that correct? Need to speak up.
I'm gonna say yes.
Yes.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yep.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 23 CR 0034?
Yes.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney?
Yes.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No.
Okay. Are you satisfied with the advice of your attorney?
Yes.
Have you viewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you and you feel like you're fully informed about the case? You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept the plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. I'm going down through the rights here at the end. I'm going to ask you to understand them. Okay. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speak trial by jury. Right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. The right to confront and cross-examine not witnesses called to testify against you. Right to produce evidence. Right to call witnesses in favor. Right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose. The right to part of the Commonwealth prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of the charge against you. Understand that by entering a guilty plea, you give up all those rights. You understand that?
Yes.
And I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any language of such provided law. I don't have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I will receive a pre-sentence investigation report under probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea to guilty and proceed to trial. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Ms. Gordon Anderson, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation? Listen very closely, ma'am.
Upon a plea of guilty to possession of a controlled substance, first degree methamphetamine, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years, probated for 5 years. Upon a plea of guilty to endangering the welfare of a minor, 2 counts, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 12 months, probated for 12 months on each count to run concurrently for a total of 12 months. Probation shall be supervised. The defendant shall be referred to a social service clinician and shall follow any and all recommendations thereof. The defendant shall receive credit for time served. The defendant shall obtain gainful employment or do a minimum of 30 hours of community service per week until gainful employment is obtained. The defendant agrees to have any and all evidence in the above style case disposed of in accordance with laws of the Commonwealth and the holding agency.
Is that your understanding of the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Yeah.
Has anyone, including your attorney, offered you any other recommendation or benefit for entering this guilty plea? Has anybody offered you any other benefit?
No.
So you're entering of your own free will because you are guilty? You understand that by entering this plea, any future convictions could enhance the range of penalty on persistent felony offender law unit? Is that your signature on the document?
Yes.
I'll accept the agreement or the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole. Schedule a sentencing hearing on October the 26th. Okay, you need to meet with the probation and parole officer.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I have a situation on Kenneth McIntyre's case. He's in jail in custody in Adair County. I just got a text from his probation officer. They need her to go assist law enforcement. She'll be available till 11:20. Could we take him up out of order or do you want to reschedule that?
No, I've got three more here and then we'll go immediately there, okay?
Okay,
It's just 2:41 now, ain't it?
yeah, there's a couple of pleas, and then we've got two more on the live docket that we have to come back to. That'd be Ashley Dyer and Charles McCoy, so we've got about five really on the live
Yeah, I
docket.
think we can get them. What was the deadline, 11 what?
11:20.
Oh, we'll get there any second.
Okay.
If we get close, you remind me again, okay? Chandra Warren,
Judge, Commissioner Stalky and I had agreed to pass her until the 26th because of the co-defendant wanting to wait until his sentencing.
That's correct. David
I-
Hammer's going to enter a plea, and if he enters his plea and sentenced, I was going to dismiss the case against Ms. Warren, so we asked her to continue. And I guess the agreed order just didn't get submitted.
It just, I don't know why. I checked the facts. It never went through. I brought it in a hard copy this morning because when I realized that it just didn't go through. She
well,
was
that's
present.
fine, but under, as a matter of protocol, I kind of like these people to be here anyway when we agree to continue their case so I can get an eyeball on them.
I
You
understand,
know what
Your
I
Honor.
mean?
And
So
that's my,
don't be telling anybody they can't come,
I understand.
or they might be taking a trip.
I understand, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Cody Willis. Helmwell versus Cody Willis, 23 CR 0040. Are you Cody Willis? Okay, what do you got here?
We need trial date, Your Honor.
What is the charge?
It's theft and burglary and at the end of this road, and I've spoken with the victim, and I'm not getting anywhere with Mr. Willis, so we need trial date.
You're not making any progress as far as
Judge,
negotiating.
part of the issues on negotiation is we had a dispute over the PFO allegation that was on. In good faith, Mr. Willis did terminate his probation early, but it wasn't early to qualify within that window. So that's where we were negotiating from last
What do
Friday.
you think about that?
Well, if Mr. Willis, the offer's going to be, it's going to contemplate jail time. If he doesn't want to do that, then I'm ready to get trial date. And so
Well, it's not, I'm just asking about the PFO.
I think it's valid. I checked with Mr. Garner. It's a valid PFO.
And I'm not disputing that, Your Honor. We actually verified after Mr. Willis left for settlement conference, we received a call back to verify when probation was terminated early.
I'm not trying to interfere with the negotiation. I just want to know where you were. And if there was a question about the PFO, but there's not.
There was not in my mind. No.
Hey, how many days will it take to try this?
I think one day, I'd like to have just a little bit of time because the victims will be traveling from Indiana. They said they would come down, but I just need to be able to notify them.
So sometime in November, probably.
Yeah.
You don't really believe that Davis trial on the 20th and 21st is going to take 2 days? do you?
I don't.
Well, let's schedule this on the 21st.
Okay.
And we'll go over to the 21st of November and we'll go over to the 22nd. If we have to.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Albert Wilson. Helmwell versus Albert Wilson. Are you Albert Wilson? This is 23 CR 0059. You were born in 1988. Last 4 years of Social Security number 63, 62. Okay, we're here for pre-trial conference. What do you have to say?
Felony plea, Your Honor.
Where did Miss Perigin go?
Thanks.
Okay. You need to tell Miss Perigin they need to get out because we're about to be finished here. Because the McCoy case will be next. The motion has been tendered since you wish to enter a guilty plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person that's been indicted in 23 CR 0059?
Yes, sir.
You had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney.
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today
No,
in
sir.
any way? Is your judgment
No, sir.
impaired? Okay. You, are you satisfied with the advice of your attorney?
Yes, sir.
Have you viewed the evidence Commonwealth has against you? Feel like you're fully informed about your case?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under Kentucky, United States Constitution. Before I accept the plea, I need to know that you understand those rights.
Yes, sir.
You have the right not to testify against yourself, no way, make any, say anything other right to speak trial by jury. That be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront, cross-examine all witnesses, call testify against you, right to police evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose, right to prior comment, prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty of charge against you. Understand, but entering a guilty plea today, you give up all those rights. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Now, we consider the Commonwealth's recommendation that I may impose any sentence that is allowed by law. You don't have to accept it prior to accepting the recommendation. I'll hold a pre-sentence investigation for it, be done before probation parole. In the event that I do not accept the recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence on you, you can withdraw your plea. Go to trial. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Gordon Anderson, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Upon a plea of guilty to possession of controlled substance first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 1 year probated for 5 years. The sentence is to run consecutively with Cumberland Circuit Court case number 23 CR 16. Probation is to be supervised. Upon a plea of guilty to operating a motor vehicle with alcohol concentration over above 0.08 or while under the influence of alcohol or other substances, first offense, the defendant agrees to pay a $200 fine. The defendant agrees to be assessed by the social services clinician and will follow the recommendations thereof. The defendant shall obtain gainful employment or do 30 hours per week of community service until gainful employment is obtained. The defendant agrees to have any and all drug paraphernalia and contraband disposed of in accordance with the laws of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. The defendant shall remain on active supervision until any and all fines and court costs are paid in full or until further request of probation and parole. The defendant agrees to forfeit the Smith & Wesson M&P Shield 40 caliber serial number HUB 0019 to the Cumberland County Sheriff Department and dispose of in accordance with the laws of the Commonwealth of Kentucky.
Was there a weapons charge in this?
No, Your Honor.
So he wasn't the previously convicted felon?
No.
What's probation parole?
I believe this predates his current supervision. Your Honor.
It all should have been taken care of one time.
Yeah, you understand that after entering this plea, any future conviction of a felony could be enhanced because of, you understand that? You also understand that, you know, plea of a DUI, that if you get another DUI, it can be enhanced. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll accept the plea order pre-sentence investigation report to be done by
Your Honor,
probation.
we moved away with the PSI since he's had one done fairly recently.
I think it would be in his best interest to have an additional PSI to go up with,
That's fine.
you know, in case it goes up. So we'll have the sentencing scheduled on October the 26th. Okay. Yeah, so he was pretrial diverted previously, so they say that.
Yeah, he was diverted, he didn't have it.
So we're revoking the pretrial diversion.
Oh, Your Honor, this is a separate charge.
What are we doing on that pretrial diversion?
I'm not moving to a vote because like I say, this predated this. It should have been taken care of. It actually got the worst benefit because it's already been diverted. Now he's having to take a felony. So y'all probably should have been diverted. Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah.
Okay,
Verify signatures.
is that your signature on there?
Yes, sir.
and their ideal form, is that sufficient on it?
You signed it.
Your Honor, I believe it's on.
Both of them are enhanceable. Okay. You need to meet with probation and parole officer, okay? Okay, I've got two short cases here. I need to bring up Mr. Riddle again. Mr. Riddle. Okay, we got Ashley Dyer real quick. We're still good at time wise. Okay, we got Ashley Dyer. Her affidavit. Okay, I do a partial assessment, $500 you pay to the public defender's office, okay, in the order. So fill that out and sign. Okay, this is on Miss Ashley Dyer. This is a pretrial diversion revocation, appointing public advocacy, putting a $500 partial payment on it. She needs to pay that by October 26th and appear back to you, October 26th. That'll give you a lawyer opportunity to go with that with you, okay? Let's go down here to Darren Riddle. Commonwealth versus Darren Riddle, 23 CR 0057. Now, do y'all have a plea agreement now?
We did good.
Is it, what is it, a felony plea?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. A motion has been tendered, says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 23 CR 0057?
Yeah.
You have the right. Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No.
Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney, and are you familiar with the facts in the case that they have, the evidence?
Yes.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution, understand that you do not have to enter guilty. You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make the same thing, right to speak trial by a jury, the right to be represented by counsel at jury trial, right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses, call testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, right to fill this matter higher court if you lose, right to require the Commonwealth prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty charged, which you understand, and you're guilty, prove that you give up all those rights. You understand that?
Yes.
I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation under the plain range of sentence provided law. I don't have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I'll wait to pre-sentence investigation report to be done for probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation, decide to impose a harsher sentence, you'll have the right to withdraw your plea. Ms. Gordon Anderson, what's the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Upon a plea of guilty to possession of a controlled substance first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years, probated for 5 years. Probation is to be supervised. The defendant shall obtain gainful employment or do 30 hours per week of community service until gainful employment is obtained. The defendant agrees to have any and all drug paraphernalia and contraband disposed of in accordance with the laws of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Then agrees that they shall remain on active supervision until any and all fines and court costs are paid in full or until further requests at probation and parole.
Is that what you agreed to? You pleading guilty because you did commit the acts charged in the indictment.
Yes.
Knowing your constitutional rights is still your desire to give up those rights, enter a plea, allow the court to fix your punishment. Is that correct?
Yes.
You understand that entering a plea, any future convictions could be enhanced as far as a range of penalty. If you got another felony, sometime they could enhance your sentence. You understand that?
Yes.
That's your signature on the motion.
Yes.
I'll accept the agreement order pre-sentence investigation report. You shall remain free until then, and you meet with the probation parole officer. Will be on the 26th of October. Now, we've got one thing left before we take someone out of order. You can meet the probation order. Bring Mr. McCoy back out.
Your Honor, apparently he was taken back to the jail. Ms. Perry went back to meet with him. He was.
I told him specifically not to take him. Call him and tell him to bring him back.
Sir.
Okay, y'all just have to wait around.
Your Honor, I think, technically the criminal cases are involved in this.
I don't know if that's true or not. I think it is involved in it.
Well, Your Honor, they've mentioned to me about it, putting him in assisted living. I would need to consult with the psychologist that did the report before I could agree to that. If you want to pass it and then give me some information on it, I could consult and we could do it. Or if you want to wait, it doesn't matter.
But I don't think assisted living is good enough.
Okay, I don't know myself. I'd
No,
have to
I
consult.
think he
with
needs to be put in a psychiatric setting and initially where they can treat him and take care for it. Assisted living will not do that. Then at some stage after that, if he ever gets interviewed or anything and they want to lessen the restrictions, then we can do that.
I think that's what we were looking at, Your Honor, is that he would be hospitalized and then for long-term care, moving into. a nursing
Well,
home.
I'm just gonna hospitalize him and they can make that decision themselves. Once he gets committed, it's out of our purview once he gets committed. And we'll do him for 360 days. I mean, I've read the report and stuff.
It's the first time I've ever had a psychologist actually recommend that in there.
Yeah. Well, you know, we sent him up there previously for an evaluation and they kept him up there. That's the first time that happened to me. So we'll just wait till he comes back, okay? Now you've got someone that you want to call us.
Is my appointment continuing in his district court case as well?
What kind of district court cases?
It's a guardianship case that was filed, Your Honor, and I believe it's set for a hearing 25th. I'm not involved in that one at all.
I'm not involved in it either, but this will not have anything to do with that. It won't. So this is a separate representation. Okay. Who do you want to call at the Adair County Jail?
Kenneth McIntyre, Your Honor.
Kenneth McIntyre, Adair County Jail. Officer Bennett, are you involved in this case here?
Yes, Your Honor.
Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Kenneth McIntyre, 23 CR 0046. Are you Kenneth McIntyre?
Sir.
You born in 1999?
Yes, sir.
4 digits, social security number 0538. Mr. Stockton?
Yes, Your Honor, this is on a 3-year sentence on possession and the alleged violation is absconding. I just let Mr. Bennett testify until what happened.
Officer, you raise your right hand. Your other right hand.
It's the right hand. I started wrong.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Lower your hand and state your name with whom you're employed.
I'm Officer Monica Bennett with Probation and Parole in Barron County.
Ms. Bennett, when did you begin attempting to supervise Mr. McIntyre?
I received a transfer from Adair County and I started supervising him on August the 9th of 2023.
Okay, and did you meet with him on August the 9th?
I did.
Okay, and when was he to report back?
On August the 15th.
Okay, what happened on that day?
On August the 15th, he reported and was positive on a drug test for methamphetamine. And
Okay,
I set him up for a SSC appointment to be done on September 5th, 2023 at 1:30.
okay, did he keep that appointment?
He did not.
Okay, what did you do as a result?
He did call me on September 5th and said that he was working and that he had moved. He provided the new address. And I advised him to be here September 6th at 8 a.m. to report, and he did not report.
Okay, and what did you do as a result of him not reporting?
On September the 15th, a home visit was conducted to the address that he provided to live with his father. The father stated that he has not lived there in 8 years, and I checked Justice Exchange and the hospitals and deemed him an absconder.
Okay, so my understanding of the violations was he was positive for meth He failed to keep his SSC appointment. He provided you a false address, and he didn't report on September the 6th.
That is correct.
Okay, nothing further, Your Honor.
Would you like to retire?
Yes, Your Honor. So, ma'am, after the August 15th report, you actually referred Mr. McIntyre for some services, right?
Yes,
Drug services?
yes, sir.
And given his positive mesh screen, do you believe it'd be good for this young man to get some treatment?
I would say that he has a drug issue and needs help, yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
I don't have anything further, Your Honor.
Would you like to make an argument?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor. I got to reading through this report, and he's got a positive meth test. He didn't show up for report date. He didn't show up for his SSC, but the thing really concerned me, then he gave a false address. She went and did the home visit, and his father said he hadn't lived there in 8 years. So that was probably the worst thing that bothered me about this case. I don't think he ever had any intention of reporting or being held accountable in this case.
Judge, we're talking about a very, very brief period of time, and what I count about a month's time. Yes, in that month, Mr. McIntyre made some questionable decisions. But at the crux of this is likely his drug problem. Even his his caseworker, probation officer recommended him for services to get some treatment. So the judge, in lieu of revocation, we would ask for Mr. McIntyre to get some treatment, get referred out or assessed for a specialty court.
This is a revocation.
Of the pretrial diversion.
I'm gonna suspend the pretrial diversion, revoke the pretrial diversion, and have a precinct investigation report done. And we'll take a look at it. As you're doing the precinct investigation report, officer, if you'll take a look while you're doing the report, your recommendations to see if there would be anything available that you think would be appropriate considering the limited time that he was in violation.
We had it assessed by the
That would be
SSC.
good. That would include an assessment thing. The problem that I have, sir, is your lack of candor, your lack of reporting, you're giving a false address to the officer. I just can't allow that to happen. You know, it's not getting off on a very good foot. You know, you wouldn't be here today if you just reported and given an address and that sort of thing, even if you had a dirty test when you came in. And not to survive that, you will not survive lying. So on October the 26th is when we're going to come back here and we'll have a precinct investigation report. We'll take a look at it then to see if we're going to send you up or whether we're going to try to get you some residential treatment somewhere. Okay. Thank you very much.
Your Honor, that's the only case I have. May I be dismissed?
Absolutely. Thank you for your cooperation and your patience.
Thank you.
Interrupt for just a second, I apologize. On Mr. McCoy, was that the court's ruling or are we waiting for him to come back?
I can't make a rule unless he's here.
I understand. I was just,
You know,
I got a
I
little.
gotta have it. You gotta have it here.
Is he at the Adair County Jail, Your Honor? The court?
It was the Adair County Jail I took him back to. So. Okay, let's go, start down the rest of the jail docket. Somebody needs to come over here and turn this. Nicholas Sexton. Let's take Nicholas Sexton up next.
Give us just a second. They're gonna go run and get him.
Okay. Who do you have?
Sean Thomas, Judge.
You signed the paperwork.
Is it a male? Is it a male?
Yes, sir.
Nicholas Sexton, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Commonwealth versus Nicholas Sexton. 23 CR 0019. Are you Nicholas Sexton?
Yes, sir.
Were you born in 1999?
Yes, sir.
Last four numbers, your social security are 4687.
Sure.
We're on a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, I think Mr. Locke wanted one more day so we could see if we're gonna do a plea with trial date.
May it please the court. Judge, we are very close. Mr. Stockton and I have spent a great deal of time talking about this case as well. The alleged party in this case has an attorney. I've spent some time talking with her, as I know Mr. Stockton has also. I talked with my client yesterday about where we are on the case. I've got authorization to make a counter offer to Mr. Stockton. I think we both agree that we're either going to get this case settled by our next appearance or we're going to ask the court for a trial date. And we had discussed if the court would permit putting this on the Monroe County Day on November the 9th. And I think we'll either have a resolution or we'll ask the court for a trial date.
That's correct.
So what date you want to put it on?
Mr. Locke needs to
I can't hear you.
The courtroom camera is completely locked up.
I'm gonna just start forwarding my stuff to random.
Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now, but I can't see you.
I can hear you.
We can hear them.
No video.
Mr. Pennington, can you hear me?
I cannot see you.
Okay.
Adair County, can you hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you guys.
Okay, give us just a second, okay?
Okay.
Mr. Sexton, you need to turn that microphone on. They're taking a look at your case and your attorney's going to meet with them over it in Monroe County on what day was that? On November the 9th, okay?
Okay.
They've got a little bit more negotiation they need to do, and they're going to do it on November 9th. And our computer went down. That's the reason we hadn't been back with you, okay? Thank you very much. Is Charles McCoy back here yet?
Not yet, he's on the way.
Okay. Okay, well, let's go back. Quishan Thomas, rather. Quishan Thomas.
Hey, Thomas.
Right out there.
Okay, give us just a second. They're gonna go get him. Usually do an alphabetical order, so that's how I brought him up. So give us just.
We're after him. We're going to do that. We've just been here so long. We had a couple of attorneys that needed to get out of here. So I'm going to do it. Those are the only two I'm going to do out of order. Okay.
Okay, give us just a second. They're going to get him though.
Okay. Well, let's go on and do Crystal Ashcroft then while we're waiting for that. Commonwealth versus Crystal Ashcroft, 23 CR 069. Miss Ashcraft, were you born in 1979?
Yes,
Last four digits, your social security 5007.
yes, sir.
You can see your attorneys on here. We're here in 23 CR 0069. What does the Commonwealth have to say in this case?
We need to pass that case. We're waiting on the lab report.
Okay, you want to put it to October 26th?
We can check on it and see.
Okay. What's her bond situation?
She has a surety, but she also has a Dare County indictment, 10,000 cash and probation.
Okay, well, she's got an Adair County indictment with 10,000 cash, so changing the bond won't do you good. I was going to try to look at your bond, Miss Ashcroft, but I can't help you because of the Adair County. Okay. Okay. Kevin Beagle. Kevin Beagle. Commonwealth versus Kevin Beagle. 23 CR 0054. Mr. Are you Kevin Beagle?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1998.
Yes,
The last four digits of social security number 9401. Is that correct?
sir.
We're here on a pretrial conference.
Yes, sir.
Who's your attorney? He says John Combs on here.
Your Honor. Yes, sir. That's my attorney.
Your Honor, Your Honor, I represent Mr. Beagle. I'm John Combs.
Okay. What does the Commonwealth have?
Your Honor, I think we've got all the discovery now to Mr. Combs. I think we need to do this one the 20th and 26th if we can.
Okay. We'll have a negotiation day on October the 20th at 9 a.m. and the next court date is October 26th. Both of them are conditions of your bond, sir. And Mr. Combs, you need to be personally present on both of them, okay?
I understand, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Tiffany Bell. Commonwealth versus Tiffany Bell, 23 CR 0071. You're here for the purpose of arraignment. You had Department of Public Advocacy in District Court. I'll continue that appointment. You have the right to remain silent, Ms. Bell. Make sure I sign this one here. Make sure I sign that. Damn. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with possession of controlled substance in the first degree, methamphetamine, possession of drug paraphernalia, endangering the welfare of a minor. You understand those charges? Well, back to counsel, Mr. Pete, back there. Counsel, the indictment is on the way back. Do you acknowledge the receipt of the indictment, the identity of your client, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions? There's the indictment there. Do you do that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we will set a negotiation day on the 9th. On the 20th at 9 a.m. and the next court date's on the 26th. And what is Tiffany Bell's bond situation?
25,000 surety. She did an ROR in district court with an ankle monitor, which was removed at one point.
Yeah, what kind of record does she have?
She is on a diversion from assault court. She had an unlawful transaction with a minor in Clinton County in 2020. Traffic offenses. Got a forgery first. That was a felony conviction in 2009 in Clinton.
Do you have anybody that'll make the bond for you, Miss Bell?
No, sir, I can OR. That's all I'm able to do.
She had RORs, all things she did.
Well, everybody can do an ROR, you know.
Yeah.
Well, I'll lower it. You had an ankle bracelet on for a while. they said, but that came off with some kind of problem. Couldn't you pay, couldn't afford to pay for it, or what was the problem? Did you take it
Sir.
off?
No, sir, I wasn't able to pay for it. So that's when Costello let me OR out.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna lower the bond to $10,000 clerk approved surety. You should be able to get somebody to make that.
I don't
Okay.
have no one.
Well, you can try around to see, okay? Do you work?
Yes, the guy that I work for he's legally blind.
Does he have any property or anything?
No, sir.
Where does he live?
At the Albany Commons Apartments in Albany.
Well, counsel, have you talked to this lady yet?
I have not, Judge.
You talk to her and then and look at her circumstance and get back with me on the bond, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Angela Branham.
I have Thomas up here if you want to go ahead and see him.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead and get that one for him, Ray.
Quayshawn Thomas. Quayshawn Thomas.
Yes, sir. I'm right here.
Okay, this is 23 CR 0042, Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Quayshawn Thomas. Mr. Thomas, were you born in 1997?
Sir.
Last four digits, social security number 3952.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Commonwealth Attorney, what do we have going on here?
It's a felony plea with time to serve, Your Honor.
Okay. Sir, a motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a guilty plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes.
Are you the same person that is named in indictment number 23 CR 0042 in the Cumberland Circuit Court?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney? Are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes. Yes.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? You feel like you're fully informed about your case?
I'm ready to take it.
Okay. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. I have to briefly go over those rights to make sure you understand it, and then before I can take a plea. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speed trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, a right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, right to produce evidence, a right to call witnesses in your favor, right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose. You have a right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty charge against you. Understand by entering a guilty plea today, you give up all those rights. You understand that? Okay, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply a range of sentence provided below. I don't have to accept their recommendation. Prior to accepting their recommendation, I will have a pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the recommendation after reviewing that and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea and proceed to trial. Now listen very carefully to what the Commonwealth says their offer is, Mr. Stockton.
Your Honor, Mr. Thomas will plead guilty to possession of a firearm by convicted felon and receive a sentence of 4 years to serve. The Commonwealth will oppose probation. He'll forfeit any interest in the $300 and the Taurus handgun, serial number TKN, et cetera, seized in the above style case.
Is that what you agreed to?
Yes, sir. I have my PSI packet right here to shut it out.
That's just the information together. They'll do the report later. Okay. Knowing your constitutional rights, is it still your desire to give up the rights and enter a plea?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You did commit the act that you're entering a plea to. Is that correct?
I'm not saying I did. I'm pleading to it.
Judge, if I may, this is a motion to enter a guilty plea pursuant to Alford.
Mr. Stockton, did you agree to an Alford plea on this?
I did, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, you understand that this plea of guilty, that because of this, any future convictions would enhance the range of the penalty. You understand that?
Sir.
Is that hold the signature on the document up. Who has the document?
I do, Your Honor.
Is that,
Blurs everything out.
hold it back away from it. There you go. Is that your signature?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now I don't know about this. Tell me, Mr. Stockton, what the situation is on this Alfred plea.
Your Honor, he and a co-defendant were traveling through Cumberland County, and Mr. Thomas was in the back seat near a handgun. It was behind the back of the seat, the way it folds down. There was also fentanyl found in the car. His co-defendant Thang Lou was indicted on both the handgun and the fentanyl, and we'll be getting a trial date on him. And one reason I agreed to the Alfred plea is I don't think Mr. Lou can argue that Mr. Thomas claimed that the gun was his. So
Read the motion.
Quashawn, we'll need to stay quiet unless directly asked a question, okay?
So there was a tactical reason to agree to it.
Okay, I'll accept the agreement, order PSI, and schedule the sentencing on October the 26th, okay?
Can I waive it?
No, we can't do that. We'll have to do that, but we'll get on the 26th, okay? The next date we have available. Thank you very much. Now, I guess we get back to Angela Branham now. Is that correct? We didn't do Angela already, did we? Okay, Angela Branham, 23 CR 0052. Are you Angela Branham?
Yes, sir.
Okay, were you born in 1973?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 1859.
Yes.
Okay, we're here today on a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
We have a diversion plea, Your Honor.
Okay. A motion has been tendered, ma'am, that says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes.
Would you state your full name?
Angela Catherine Branham,
Your year of birth?
1973.
The last four digits, social security number?
1859.
Is your judgment impaired today?
No, sir.
You're the same person that was in the indictment, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You discussed this matter with your attorney and you're satisfied with his advice?
Yes, sir, I am.
Do you understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today? You have certain
Yes.
rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights, right?
Yes, sir, I understand them.
Well, I know you, I need to go over them with you.
Oh, okay.
We're talking about the same rights, you know.
Okay.
You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. The right to speed trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all right. Witness called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, and process issues to compel their attendance. The right to appeal this matter higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth to prove on a reasonable doubt your guilty charge against you. Understand that? But in a guilty plea today, you give up those rights. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay, now I mean, consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I don't have to accept their recommendation. In the event, after reviewing the PSI, I decide not to accept their recommendation and impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. Now, this is a diversion agreement. Is that right, Ms.
Yes.
Gordon Anderson? Okay, now I'm going to do some preliminary questions before I let the Commonwealth announce their offer. Have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years, ma'am?
No, sir, I have not.
Have you had any felonies in the past 10 years, or are you currently on probation?
DUI in 2018, but I'm not on probation or parole or any of that.
It wasn't a felony DUI, was it? Just a regular DUI?
No, Your Honor.
Well, you need to look at her record. What she got? She got a 2018 charge, it appears, in Madera County promoting contraband. Did she plead guilty? It's a felon. Y'all take a look at the record. She plead guilty of that. Possession of meth in 2018 in Cumberland County. Y'all taking a look at it?
Yes, Your Honor.
She had a possession in 2000.
I see the possession.
And I thought we put it off so it would be outside the 5-year period, or is that somebody else I'm thinking about? She looks like she likes about 2 months of being outside the 5-year period on the felony.
Was she diverted? The felony period is 10 years.
Yeah, she was pretrial diverted, and it says sentenced on 11/29/2018. So she's got 58 of the 60 months. She needs another couple months before she can be diverted again, looks like.
That means she can't be diverted.
Yeah.
She was pretrial diverted.
Do what?
She was pretrial diverted.
And I think, Judge, where we got on the 5 years was her eligibility for specialty court, which I know we've not got to the terms of the plea,
Yes.
but
She had so much going on. I guess I got confused. I mean, if you want to do a felony plea, I'll do a felony.
I don't know. I'm just asking.
I mean, if Miss Branham wants to, I'll do the paperwork.
Say what?
She was pretrial diverted back in 2018 and you voided it.
Why? Says a pretrial diversion was voided, the clerk's office says. I don't know about this.
It was voided for termination from drug court.
Now, what about the Adair County charges?
Well, yeah, it was voted in July. So
What
I
about-
guess, Your Honor, the question I've got is it was voided in July of 18, but she was sentenced in November. So technically she was off pretrial diversion, I guess, in July of 18.
What about the Adair County cases?
Ms. Madera, did you say it was misdemeanor?
Is a misdemeanor, looks like, from court net. They reduced it, did they?
I'm not seeing a felony out of Adair.
Promoting contraband first, prison 2 years.
Yeah, it's on the other page over here. So she's had a felony within the last 10.
Yeah, if we voided her pretrial diversion in 2018, she would become a convicted felon in 2018, so she's not eligible regardless.
Yeah. Yeah, we voided her pretrial diversion. She became a convicted felon here in 2018.
Yeah.
Plus the Adair County felony. So she got 2 felonies within the 10-year period.
Well, again, I'll say if she wants to plead guilty to a felony, I'll do the paperwork. If she doesn't, we can set a trial date.
Well, let's just move it out to the next rule day. October 26th. Too much going on right here on that. Okay, David Hammer. Put her on the negotiation date on the 20th too. David Hammer. Commonwealth versus David Hammer. Are you David Hammer?
Yes, sir.
Were you born in 1987?
Sir.
The last 4 digits, social security number 2513. We're here on 23 CR 0027 for pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
We have a proposed felony plea, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Hammer, a motion's been tendered that says you wish to enter a plea. Is that correct? Is that correct, Mr. Hammer?
You speak up, David?
Yes, sir.
Okay, are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 23 CR 0027? Is that correct, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Is your judgment impaired today in any way, Mr. Hammer?
No, sir.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney, reviewed the evidence, and are you satisfied with his advice?
That a yes?
Have you do you believe that you've been fully informed about the case?
Sir.
You understand you have certain rights under the Kentucky and the United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speed trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth to prove on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charge against you. You understand that, but during a plea, you give up all those rights. You understand that? You're going to have to say something, man, or I'm
Yes,
going
sir.
on next guy, okay? I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I'll await a pre-sentence investigation report. In the event I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. Mr. Stockton, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Honor, Mr. Hammer will plead guilty to trafficking in a controlled substance first degree and PFO second, receive a sentence of 12.5 years, serve 6 months, balance probated for 5 years. Probation to be supervised. He'll also plead guilty to DUI first offense and pay a fine of $200. He'll pay the court costs, fine at the discretion of the court, and forfeits any interest to the $629 that was seized by the police officer.
Now, is that what you agreed to, sir?
Yes, sir.
And you are pleading guilty because you committed acts charged in the amended indictment. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, knowing your constitutional rights, to explain to us, it's still your desire to give up your rights, plead guilty, and allow the court to fix your punishment.
Yes, sir.
Now, you understand that on this guilty plea, any future convictions of felonies could be used to enhance the range and also of sentence, and also on the DUI, that if you have any DUIs in the future, they could be enhanced because of this plea. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Pennington, will you hold up the document? Is that, you have to hold it away a little bit. Okay. Is that your signature on there, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I accept the agreement order pre-sentence investigation report to be done for probation and parole and have sentencing on October 26th. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sammy Holland. Sammy Holland. Are you Sammy Holland?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay. Were you born in 1985?
Yep.
Last 4 digits, social security number 8437.
Yep.
We're here on 23 CR 0076 for the purpose of arraignment. You have a right to remain silent. Were you represented by Office of Public Advocacy in District Court? Now you were, and I'm going to continue the appointment. You have the right to remain silent. Okay. Now, the grand jury of Cumberland County has returned the indictment charging you with possession of controlled substance of first degree methamphetamine, operating under the influence, driving on a suspended license, failure to maintain insurance on the vehicle, no registration plate, expired plates, failure to illuminate the registration plate. Take it back there to him on the left. Mr. Pennington, the indictment's on the way back to you. Do you acknowledge the identity of your client? Receipt of the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we will have a conference on this on October the 20th at 9 a.m. and the next court date is on the 26th at 9 a.m. Both of them are conditions of bond.
All right.
Lance Humphrey. Thank you, Lance Humphrey. Lance Humphrey.
Yes, sir.
Okay, are you Lance Humphrey?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1996.
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 5319.
Yes,
We're
sir.
We're here on 21 CR 0018 probation revocation and 22 CR 0057 on a pretrial conference, new charges. What does the Commonwealth have in this case?
Your Honor, the last time Mr. Ping and I spoke, I think he was going to try to get the clinician at DPA to find Mr. Humphrey a dual diagnosed rehab so we could enter a plea.
And Judge, I'm still working on that.
Well, what's he being revoked on? What was the charge that was probated?
Yeah. Let's see, that would be 21 CR 18. That was tampering with physical evidence, escape second, and PFO second.
That's right.
And then he's got a tampering with prisoner monitor device on 22 CR 57.
Yeah, I'm just not inclined to do anything but a plea on this thing. If he wants to enter a plea on this thing, I mean, he's taking the tracker advice on it. He's done everything in my. If he's guilty of these things, he's done everything he can just to completely ignore the orders of the court. And he was already being PFO'd then when he was doing this stuff. I'm not inclined to think that this is just a treatment thing.
Okay. Well, if you want to give us one more negotiation day, we can see if we can enter a plea, and if we can't, we'll do a trial.
Okay, that sounds reasonable.
Yeah.
The 20th for negotiation and the 26th for a trial. And Mr. Pennington, if you have any serious kind of reports or anything on any mental things that the court ought to consider, I might look at, but these are not the kind of cases that indicate that, in my opinion, that treatment would be a thing, because he was doing this when he was already under the orders of the court. So, okay, Jay Jones.
Yeah.
Jay Jones. Commonwealth versus Jay Jones, 23 CR 0053. Are you Jay Jones?
Sir.
Born in 2002.
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits of your social security number 7722. We're here for a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
We have a diversion plea, Your Honor.
Okay. What's the charge?
It's going to be possession of a controlled substance, first degree, meth.
Okay. Were there any other charges involved with this?
Just public intoxication.
Okay. A motion's been tendered, ma'am, says you wish to enter a guilty plea to this. Is that correct? You have to speak up.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? Are you the same person that is set out in indictment number 23 CR 0053?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No.
Okay. Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter, review the evidence with your attorney, and are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes.
Understanding you not have to enter a guilty plea today, you have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand these. I'm going to go over them, and at the end I'll ask you if you understand them, okay? You have the right not to testify. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speedy trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. You have the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses, call testify against you, to produce evidence, call witnesses in your favor, to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose, and to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. You understand that by entering a plea of guilty today, you give up all those rights. You understand that? Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided below. I do not have to accept any recommendation. In the event that I do not accept the recommendation, decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea and proceed to trial. Now, have you been previously diverted in the last 5 years?
No,
Well, have you ever been diverted? You ever had a pretrial diversion?
no,
Okay.
never been before this.
Have you ever been convicted of a felony in the past 10 years?
No,
Are you currently on probation?
no,
Okay. You understand that if you fully complete the diversion, the charges will be dismissed, pretrial diverted, and you have them expunged from your record. You understand that? Okay. You understand if you do not fully complete the diversion, be brought back to the court and it be voided, you schedule a sentencing hearing. You understand that?
yes, sir.
Now listen very closely to what the Commonwealth has to say. Ms. Gordon Anderson.
Yes, upon a plea of guilty to possession of a controlled substance, first degree meth, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years, pretrial diverted for 5 years. Diversion is to be supervised. The defendant agrees to pay a fine of $100 to be paid at the discretion of the court. Defendant shall obtain gainful employment or do 30 hours per week of community service until gainful employment is obtained. The defendant agrees to have any and all drug paraphernalia and contraband disposed of in accordance with the laws of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. The defendant shall remain on active supervision until any and all fines and court costs are paid in full or until further request of probation and parole.
Is that what you agreed to, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty and for no other reason?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Knowing your constitutional rights, explain it to him. Is it still your desire to give up these rights, enter a plea, and let the court fix your punishment?
Yes.
As I told you before, you also realize that if you have a felony in the future, that this could be used against you to enhance the penalty on that. You understand that? Mr. Pennington, will you hold her signature up, let her identify it? There it is. Is that your signature, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll accept the agreement and sign the diversion order. And you'll need to meet with probation and parole. When do you want her to meet with you?
9 a.m. tomorrow morning is fine in Columbia.
Excuse me. I'll let you out in the morning. There wasn't any time to serve, was there, the Commonwealth? She was going to get out.
No,
Commonwealth. Mr. Stockton, somebody on this lady here.
Yes.
She was going to get out today. Where you live, ma'am?
Tennessee.
Where?
Tennessee.
Okay, well, I'm going to let you out in the morning.
All right.
And they want you over there at probation and parole at 9. So whoever picks you up there can pick you up and then take you over probation and parole, and then you can be on your way rejoicing. Okay.
The probation and parole here?
Yes.
Okay.
What? Now your court costs are $340. I'm going to give you some time to pay that. You can pay it at $40 a month, starting 30 days from today. You'll have to talk to probation and parole here because you're not going to be supervised under this.
She'll be transferred to the interstate compact. We have to initiate that tomorrow.
Yeah, they'll transfer you to Tennessee on an interstate compact, but it has to be initiated here. Okay.
All right.
So we'll let you out at 8. Go over there by 9. That may go through McDonald's or something before you get there and get you a sausage biscuit. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
So much.
Yeah. Okay, Charles McCoy here now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're going to do Charles McCoy here in real quick here. If y'all come back out here, and then I'll start up with Thang Lu
Okay.
and finish out. It doesn't need to be confidential. Okay, we're going to recall Charles McCoy's case, which is 22 CR 0044. There's been a petition filed by the Commonwealth for involuntary hospitalization. Is that under 202A? Is that correct? Okay, would you make a presentation on that?
Mr. McCoy has had at least 2 visits to KCPC. On the last visit, the doctor.
You have to speak up just a little bit. Why is this not up on the screen?
Dr. Susan Britton Sykes recommended that Mr. McCoy be committed. He suffers from mental illness, which is an unspecified neurocognitive disorder, unspecified psychotic disorder.
Can we hear it?
And she
Picking it up.
reasoned that he could not assist his attorney in his defense, he's incompetent. And he does not appear that he can be restored to competency. And she also found that in there that he would possibly be a danger to himself or others and would need to be hospitalized.
Okay, now he's still represented by the Office of Public Advocacy.
Yes, sir, in his criminal case.
Okay, this is the criminal case, but we have a guardian ad litem appointed pursuant, and you agree with that appointment? It's appropriate?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Ms. Perigin, you're the guardian ad litem, and you requested an opportunity to review the records. Have you had an opportunity to do that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Would you make a report to the court?
Your Honor, I would find that Mr. McCoy does need the hospitalization. I think he would have some difficulty assisting Ms. Costello in her defense of his criminal charges. And perhaps with the district court case, we could find a more suitable long-term placement later down the road.
Now, explain for the record what's going on in district court.
In district court, there is a pending guardianship for Mr. McCoy.
Under 202A, with the proper findings, which appear to be established here, the court can assign for up to 265 days. 365 days for him to be placed in an appropriate place where he'll be safe and secure, and then they'll make their efforts to restoration, although the report says that the likelihood of restoration is not good. That will, in my opinion, will not preclude the action in the district court for going on as far as a guardianship or anything, but might actually be used as proof as far as the findings of this court and the resolution. So I'm going to enter a judgment. Now, what is the timetable to find a more appropriate place for Mr. McCoy than the Adair County Jail?
Once the order's entered, we'll contact KCPC, and I'm sure they'll have an end date where you can either go back to KCPC, and I think it's a Western state that covers Cumberland County.
Yeah.
You have to go to one of those 2 places.
Okay. Well, I'm going to enter the order today, Charles, and with that'll get you out of that Adair County Jail. You need to get out of there. It's not good for you, and hopefully they'll take you to someplace that's more comfortable. And when the district court decides whether there's a guardianship or not, I'm sure the Commonwealth will take another look at the situation. Okay, well, thank you. Sorry you had to come down here twice today, man.
I apologize for the.
No, that's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's all right. Don't worry about it. I'm talking to the defendant here. And so I'm sorry sorry you had to come back twice, but you got to see a lot of pretty scenery today, didn't you? You got to get out and ride around a little bit. Yeah. Did you see your sister? You saw your sister here? She's here supporting you, Sandy. Okay. I'm sure you appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I know you appreciate her being here in support of you. So, okay. Thank you very much. And you can go on now. We'll sign the order. Okay. But she'll go back here and talk with you. Okay.
Your Honor, that was it for me. If I could make.
Absolutely. Okay, let's go back to Adair County Jail, Tang Lu. Commonwealth versus Tang Lu. Are you Tang Lu? This is 23 CR 0041. We're here for a pretrial conference. Were you born in 1994?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, Social Security number 4231.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what does the Commonwealth have in this case?
We need a trial date, Your Honor.
Okay, how long you think this trial will take?
1 day.
Okay. Do you have any expert witnesses or anything you need to
We
call? Or
do, we'll have to have somebody from the lab here. We'll have to check and see if they're available.
okay, well, let's just propose some dates then.
Lab examiner isn't there.
Okay, let's would you check to see if November the 8th is ready?
No, we have the same lab examiner we had a while ago, and she's double booked on the 8th. She's available the 6th.
Well, let's go on the 6th then.
November 6th? Yeah.
Judge, we are actually, we're double booked in trial that day.
Okay. What about November 13th? Mr. Stockton, your microphone's off.
Yes, we're checking on the 13th for the lab first.
Try the 14th.
Miss Garrison's available the 13th, but not the 14th.
They never last over into the afternoons, do they? District court jury trials. Well, that's the district court jury trial date.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is schedule it for that date, let them have their trials. Then we'll start, the jury's going to be here anyway.
Okay.
And we'll start our trial late in the afternoon. If we finish, we don't finish, we'll take it over into the next day. And that way we'll let the expert witness testify on the 13th.
And we've also got a trial in Monroe on the 15th. I guess we can start it a little late on the 15th if we want to.
Well, we won't. We're on the 13th now.
Oh, I thought we set it on the 14th.
No, we're on
13th and the 14th.
Okay, I got confused. Sorry.
It's the 13th, isn't it?
Yes.
That's when she was available.
That's correct. Yes.
Judge, what time do you want to start that?
Well, we'll schedule it at 11. We'll schedule it at 11, but the jury is going to be here at 9 for district court. So don't allow them to cancel the jury if they don't have any jury trials there. If they don't have any district court jury trials, we'll start at 9. If not, we'll start at 11 or as soon thereafter as they finish their trials. Okay. Okay. Mark Martin. Mark Martin. Commonwealth versus Mark Martin, 22 CR 0056, 2223 CR 0036, pretrial diversion revocations. You are Mark Martin,
Yes, sir.
born in 1974.
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number is what?
1961.
Okay, Mr. Stockton, what do you have on Mr. Markham?
Your Honor, Mr. Martin has a possession of a controlled substance, first degree, 3-year sentence. And the last violation was that Mr. Martin absconded in August. Mr. Garner is here to testify if we need to have a hearing.
We has 2 felony cases, 56, 22 CR 56 and 23 CR 0036. Were those wrapped up into one?
I thought they were. They're both possession cases, and they both carry 3 years.
Okay.
And I thought they were done concurrently for a total of 3 years.
Officer, you'll probably need to go back there where the Commonwealth is to testify, because our system's messed up. They're back in the grand jury room. Okay.
Come on in.
You raise your right hand, please. Swear the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll let the officer testify.
State your name, please.
It's Officer Jeremy Garner.
Mr. Garner, have you been supervising Mr. Martin?
I have.
And looks like he started having problems in June of 2023. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you tell the court what happened subsequent to that date?
On June 12th, during your scheduled report day, he was given a drug test where he tested positive and admitted to the use of methamphetamine.
Okay. And what did you do as a result?
We ended up referring him to the social service clinician, who also directed him to complete outpatient treatment.
Okay. And did he do that?
No.
Okay. He was directed to go to Entrust. Is that correct?
Yes, Entrust is a outpatient treatment that we use here locally.
Okay. And did he make any scheduled appointments with him?
Let's see here. No, on 6/12, he was directed to do it, and then 8/17 reported that the officer, Mr. Martin, was discharged without completion. So he did get into the interest, but once he started it, he never went again.
Okay. Did he have any problems between June and August 17th?
Yes.
What happened?
So there was the use of methamphetamines and the use of marijuana that got him into the referral for the outpatient treatment. And then while talking to him, he admitted to leaving the state of Kentucky and going to Tennessee on several occasions. He failed to report whenever he was directed to. As a sanction, we imposed that he lose travel privileges and gave him a marijuana education packet. And to continue outpatient treatment. However, on 8/17, we were notified that they were going to discharge him from the treatment because he wouldn't attend. And then I conducted a home visit at his last reported address, where I run across Matthew Riley, an offender that was previously on my caseload, who identified that Mr. Martin was not living there, and that he was giving a false address as he was living in Tennessee.
Okay. And this, you learned about the interest. He was non-compliant on the 17th, and that's August 17th, and that's when you went and did the home visit.
Yes.
Okay. Did you try to locate Mr. Martin after that?
Yes. We did the home visit on, I believe it was on the 8/17 one, the day he got discharged.
Okay. And those 4 violations for him leaving the area without permission, were those going to Tennessee on July 29th, 31st, and August 2nd and 3rd?
He signed the admission form saying that he left on 7/29, 7/31, 8/1, 8/2, 8/3.
Okay. And was he going, I think you've got in here that he was going to live with his girlfriend in Salina, Tennessee,
Yes.
and he was actually living with her while he was supposed to be up here in Kentucky.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think that's all, Your Honor.
Counsel, you want to inquire?
Briefly, Your Honor. So, Mr. Garner, initially after this incident in June, you referred Mr. Martin for services, correct?
I did.
And that included some outpatient therapy
It did.
at Intrust.
It did.
And Mr. Martin went but didn't complete treatment, correct?
Correct.
Did he do about 2 months of treatment there outpatient or how much?
He was directed to do outpatient through Intrust, and then he dragged his feet to get it's initially started up, and then once he started it up, he had another positive drug screen in which because he just had got started, we went ahead and recommended to the court that he just continue the outpatient because he didn't have enough effective time. But in all truthfulness, Mr. Martin really wasn't giving it a full effort to even get going in the program, and then absconded before completing treatment.
So he hadn't had a chance to finish.
Right.
I didn't understand what you just said. He wasn't given the opportunity, or he didn't expend the effort. Which one of those did you say?
He didn't give forth the effort to even get it started, Your Honor.
Okay.
Those are all the questions I have.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you have any other witnesses for the Commonwealth?
No, Your Honor.
Counselor, you have anybody for the defense?
Mr. Martin, do you wish to make a statement on your behalf?
Yes, sir.
He's already been sworn, so.
I told Officer Gardner that my roommate was conducting a drug activity that I wouldn't approve of. And I told him, I said, I'm not going to be at that address if you come there, because I was working in Tennessee. I worked for Keys Logging. I said, if you happen to show up, I said, I may not be there. Well, Matt Riley, my roommate who was doing drugs, I told him, I said, you can't have him in a home while I'm here. I said, my probation officer shows up, then I'm going to be in trouble. So when Mr. Officer Gardner showed up and I wasn't there, I was actually at work is where I was at. My roommate was stealing from me. He told me he stole all my knives, he was stealing my property. And I told him, I said, look, I don't have a place to live, man. I said, right now, I said, I'm having to stay with you because of my probation. Exactly what it was. Well, when I left there and I went to work, back to work, I left my boss's house. I left my phone on top of his truck. Well, when we took off, he ran over my phone. That's why I wasn't able to answer Mr. Garner and my outpatient phone calls, because I had no way to get a hold of him. And yes, I do admit I did stay a couple nights at my girlfriend's house, but that was only because I had no other place to go. I was trying to change the people I was hanging out with, because everybody I hung out with was doing drugs. I didn't want to do that. I was trying to change everything around me, and that's hard to do when I get no driver's license. I have no car. You know what I mean? My girlfriend would pick me up and take me to a probation officer, and I had to walk from Burkesville back to the state line on foot. So, I had no way. The only way I had back and forth was my girlfriend just taking me to drop me off at the courthouse. Then I'd have to walk from Burkesville to Salina. Well, not Salina, but back to the state line, back to Pat Riley's house. And then I wouldn't stay there. I'd go across the road and stay at my friend's house and sleep on his couch, which was in Kentucky. But that's, and the only reason why I couldn't talk to the outpatient lady, because I had no phone number for her. And Your Honor, to be honest with you, I was doing everything I could, but it was simply hard on me when I have no vehicle. Now, I do admit, yes, I messed up with the drug test. I do admit that, But my last drug test I showed negative for methamphetamines. You know, I mean, my last 3 drug tests actually come up negative for methamphetamine. So I was actually trying to do my best with what I had. You know, I just, yes, I messed up on my first drug test. Yes, I had methamphetamine in my system, and I had pot in my system. You know, my last 3 drug tests, I hit the dab, and I never smoked pot. I just hit the dab thing you buy from the store. Well, it was supposed to be CBD, is what it's supposed to be. You know, but that was the only reason why I didn't stay up at my roommate's house, because he was doing
John,
it.
I've let him go long enough, but I think he
All
needs to.
right,
respond
yeah,
to the
thank you,
question
Mr.
a little bit.
Martin. That's all, Your Honor.
Mr. Martin, where were you employed?
I was working for Keys Logging.
Okay, is that out of state? Is that in
No,
Tennessee?
sir. No, sir. No, sir. It's in Burkeville. It's in Burkeville.
Why wouldn't you tell Mr. Garner that you had a job there? Because he's got down here that you never obtained employment.
No, sir. That's not true. That's not true. I told him I was working for Keys Logging, and I told my boss, who was Toby Key, I said, look, my probation officer is supposed to be calling you. He goes, well, he hasn't called me yet. And I said, well, he's supposed to be calling you. I gave Officer Gardner his phone number and told him to call it.
What?
He's gonna provide me proof. I don't have to look for him.
Okay. I think usually the way it works is you provide proof of employment to your probation officer instead of them calling for you. Did you ever provide proof of employment to Mr. Garner?
Unfortunately, I was getting paid cash. So, I mean, I wasn't able to provide a check stub for him. But I told him, I said, you can call him if you want to, and he'll verify that I'm working for him. And I actually called him when his equipment went down. I got another job with Chris Watson in Fire Rapid Line. I said, we're going to be working right around Bowling Green. He goes, well, you ain't, as long as you're working, that's you know what I mean? Because I was calling him to inform him that I wasn't going to be in Park.
Where were you staying if you weren't staying with Mr. Riley? Did you stay with him?
I stayed with him, and then I'd go right across the road, which was still in Burkeville now, and I'd sleep on their couch because he'd come home, he'd be high on dope, and I'd just leave. And I told Officer Gardner that, and that's the reason why he drug tested me. He said, well, since you told me I don't have to drug test you, I said, it'd be fine. You can drug test me. I told him negative for methamphetamine. And he asked me, well, you sure the dope ain't yours? I said,
all right. Anything else, Mr. Stockton?
No, Your Honor.
Well, if you were released from Kentucky to go to Tennessee, never to return to Kentucky, where would you go to move? Where would you stay? Would that girlfriend let you stay there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Mr. Stockton, you have any recommendations on this thing? Your microphone's off.
Your Honor, I would, if he wants to live in Tennessee and if he can comply, I would recommend a sanction, whatever the court wants to sanction him, to be transferred to Tennessee. Because I don't think his living arrangements are very well up here.
Oh, what will we have to do to get him prepared where they'll take him in Tennessee, officer?
We'll have to submit an interstate compact transfer to Tennessee to a address that they can go to and verify that he's allowed to even live there. My understanding is him and the girlfriend are back and forth.
Well, he needs to give us an address. How many days has he been in now?
Yeah, I'll have to look him up on my computer.
This is still Mr. Martin.
Officer Garner's gone to his computer to look up the number of days, Your Honor.
He's been here for 30 days, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
Now he's on a pretrial diversion still, isn't he?
That's correct. And that's kind of complicated. Tennessee's pretrial diversion is different than Kentucky's. In Tennessee, a pretrial diversion is not considered a felony. So we have sometimes difficulty getting those transferred down there.
Your Honor, may I speak?
Sure.
I'm willing to stay here in Columbia. I put on my package. I'd like to go to a sober living somewhere close, maybe in Bowling Green, or go to a halfway house. That way I could stay close to Officer Gardner so I could report to him. That was my biggest issue, was trying to make it back and forth to see him.
Okay, well, I'll just revoke your pretrial diversion then. And then we'll do a pre-sentence investigation report. And by then we'll talk to see where you can be placed. And I might very well probate you.
Why don't we have the SSC evaluate him for long-term treatment? While he's
SSC and stuff. And then if we can't work out anything, then we might be easier to get you sent back to Tennessee if it's a probated felony sentence rather than a pretrial diversion. So that's what we'll do. So we'll see you here on the 26th, I guess, and do the final sentence. In between now and then, we'll try to find you a placement. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Let's go to John Metz. John Metz.
Yes, sir.
Commonwealth versus John Metz, 22 CR 00109, probation revocation. Are you John Metz?
Sir.
Were you born in 1994?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 8287.
Sir.
This is 22 CR 00109. What's the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, this is another case, possession of controlled substance, first degree, a 3-year sentence, a motion to revoke probation. Mr. Metz was released on June 29th of 23 from jail. He was reported to make contact with Officer Garner, which he did. Officer Garner set up a time for him to be transferred to Butler County, and he never went to Butler County or scheduled so he could be supervised in Butler County. And so finally, Officer Garner listed him as absconding, and when he couldn't locate him.
You want to stipulate to that, Mr. Pennington?
Mr. Metz,
Yes, sir.
do you wish to stipulate to the absconding like we talked about?
Yes, Your Honor. I do admit I was in and out of contact, but I did try to maintain contact with Mr. Gardner. I was having trouble getting back and forth to the assigned meeting times because I do not have a car or license of my own. I have since forth been able to work out a ride and stuff. And I'm just asking, please don't write me off yet.
Well, you testify without being sworn in, but the issue is the stipulation was to whether or not he failed to report to the county that he was supposed to go. Isn't that right, Mr. Stockton?
Yes, he's evidently put in a request for Butler County and then never reported to the Butler County officer. What's the problem?
I did try to get in there.
This is not to make a deal here, okay? You just wait till I call on you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you want to, I guess he's stipulating to this. It would appear that, Mr. Pennington, do you agree that he's stipulating?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. Pennington, would you like to put a witness on? I would ask if you'd like to put a brief witness on, but I see that's not going to happen. So if you want to call your client to testify as to why he shouldn't be revoked, Mr. Stockton, do you have any suggestion if his probation is revoked, or if it's not revoked, what could be done with him in lieu of revocation?
Well, if he is revoked, we can always look at him on shock if he's got a place he can go. In lieu of revocation, we could give him a sanction. And if he can explain, I don't know if he's wanting to go to Butler County still, or if he has plans to, or if he's going to stay here. That could be something we could deal with on shock, where he's going to be and get him properly supervised. Because I don't have the information right now as to what to do with him if he is turned loose.
What's your game plan?
I plan on going back to Butler.
You're going to be in Butler is not going to solve your issues. You just be in this stuff somewhere else rather than here. Are you going to get a job? Do you have some place to live? Do you want to get treatment? I mean, what's your
I I have a residence there in Butler County. I do own my
Who
own company.
who is the residence that you are?
My mother and my aunt.
Okay, your aunt and your mother, you can live with them.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
now, do you have a job that you can get there?
yes. I subcontract to Chuck's Master Movers.
So you'd be in the moving business.
Yes, sir. And the owner of the company has agreed to make sure that I have a ride to and from any meeting I need to be to and any type of counseling if y'all suggest it.
Okay, what I'm gonna do is, he's been in there how many days? Adair County, how many days has he been in there?
Since September 6th.
Okay. Well, as soon as he can get written letters submitted through his counsel to the Commonwealth that his mother will have a permanent placement for him, that he can live there with his mother and his aunt. And as soon as he documents to us that he has a job placement with the name in particular of the company and that sort of thing in a letter, I'll let him out. Wait just a second. Or if you want to go on to the penitentiary, you open your mouth up one more time. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Now, so we'll allow him to have a letter from a potential employer submitted to the Commonwealth and his mother and his aunt that he has a place to live. The days he will have been up there until then will be sanctioned, and I want him to be interviewed as far as any treatment potential that he might have by probation, parole. What would you suggest? Who would interview him?
We would ask that the SSC assess him. Also, I would need a phone number for his mother to verify his place of living, that he'd have transportation there and to the probation.
Well, I want all of that in the letter with a phone number for validation purposes. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and then the letter with the validation in it to contact the person about the employment. And then in the order, we need to say that he will be evaluated by the social clinicians. Okay. Okay, and I will sign an agreed order from council letting him out when that's complied with. Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kenneth Neal. Kenneth Neal. Commonwealth versus Kenneth Neal.
Yes.
23 CR 0025. Are you Kenneth Neal?
I am.
We're on 23 CR 0025. You were born in 1978.
1978, yes.
Last four digits of Social Security number 4427.
4427, yes, sir.
What does the Commonwealth have to say at the pretrial conference?
Steve, we're waiting. Mr. Pennington can explain it, Your Honor.
Judge, Mr. Neal was supposed to have been transported to Bourbon County for court this week. He is expected to plead guilty on a rocket docket. And the arrangement Mr. Stockton and I have come up with is to run this case concurrent with that. The problem with Bourbon County is they've got him listed in Barron County Detention Center, which is why they didn't get him for court this week. So I'm going to coordinate with his attorney, his DPA attorney in the Bourbon County case to make sure that he is transported.
There's a warrant out for him for FTA there in Bourbon County.
Because they have him in the wrong detention center.
Well, I know, but what's he charged with here?
Judge, this is a possession case.
Possession, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, I'm going to put him over to the 26th here, and I'll sign an agreed order moving him around. I'm going to take like a 4-minute break here.
Yeah. Okay, and that he will provide proof of residence and employment.
Okay, we're back on the record. Kenneth Neal. Dare County Jail.
Were you not finished with Mr. Neal, Your Honor?
I don't know.
He was the
Yeah,
last one. Yeah.
Mr. Neal was the last one. I guess we were finished with Mr. Neal. Now, Mr. Purdue is not at your institution anymore. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. We will continue Mr. Neal, Mr. Purdue, because of his fiscal situation. I don't know how he's doing or anything. So we'll just continue it generally till you put it back up, Mr. Stock.
Okay.
Okay. Dale Reasoner. Dale Reasoner.
Yes.
I don't have a picture on here. Dare County Jail, you need to turn your camera on.
Yes, sir. Just 1 second.
Okay. Are you Dale Reasoner?
Yes, sir.
This is 22 CR 0017. Mr. Reasoner, were you born in 1976?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 6618.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're here on a pre-trial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Commonwealth's moving to dismiss the case with prejudice.
Give me some background on it.
This is a case where Mr. Reasoner is accused of stealing a rental or a leased car, and the Commonwealth is getting absolutely no cooperation from the purported victim. They will not provide us any information as to who owned the car or anything. So I cannot even tell you if the car was stolen or he didn't have permission to have it.
Well, Mr. Reasoner, do you have any objection to this case being dismissed with prejudice?
No, sir.
That's the correct answer. Go forth rejoicing. Okay,
Thank you, Honor.
Get some papers up to let you go today.
All right.
Patrick Sharp. Are you Patrick Sharp?
Yes, sir.
This is 19 CR 00113, 19 CR 00114, 21 CR 0053 and 23 CR 0063. The first two are pretrial diversion, first three are pretrial diversion revocations, and the last case, 23 CR 0063, is on for pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Yeah, Your Honor, there's two pretrial diversion revocations, and there's a misdemeanor. That's what the other one is. The Commonwealth.
Looks like there's three pretrial diversion revocations.
Yeah.
113, 114,
I'm showing that 21 CR 53 is a 12-month sentence on a misdemeanor.
Well, I don't, of course, I don't have that much. Go ahead.
So anyway, what the Commonwealth is proposing to do is that he enter a plea on 22 CR 63 for a plea of 2 years, which would run consecutive with the pretrial diversions. Also pay a fine of $500 on the no insurance.
Well, wait a second. Has he agreed to enter a plea here?
He has agreed to. I was just telling the court what it is, so if the court would agree or not.
Yeah.
And
well, you have to revoke the previous pretrial diversion. You have to void them and then have a pre-sentence investigation report done on them.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. A motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct, sir?
Sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person that is mentioned in indictment 23 CR 0063 as the defendant?
Sir.
Okay. Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
Sir.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney, and are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed the evidence and the Commonwealth has against you? Believe you're fully informed about the case?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and the United States Constitution. I'm going to have to go over those rights and know that you understand them before I can accept your plea. I'm going to read down through the rights, and at the end, I'm going to ask if you understand them. You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have the right to speed trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. You have the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose, the right to require the Commonwealth to prove on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. Do you understand those rights? Do you understand those rights? Now, by entering a plea of guilty, you give up all those rights. Do you understand that?
Sir.
Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I also may apply any range of sentence provided below. I don't have to accept it prior to accepting any recommendation. I'll have a pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation, decide to impose a harsher sentence, you will have the right to withdraw your plea and proceed to trial. Now, Mr. Stockton, previously, as you were explaining to the court, what you proposed, is that's what's in your recommendation? Is it your microphone's off, Mr. Stockton? Your microphone's still off. There you go.
Yes, that was my recommendation.
Let's go through it in detail now.
Okay.
So that
Okay, he would plead guilty to fleeing and evading the police first degree, receive a sentence of 2 years, probated for 5 years. He would also plead guilty to failure to maintain insurance and pay a fine of $500. He would agree to stipulate to his revocation on the two pretrial diversions, 19 CR 113 and 19 CR 114. And those would be then probated for 5 years at sentencing. He would be going to a long-term residential treatment for a period of 6 months, a minimum of 6 months, and that would be provided by DPA. And all this is at the recommendation of the Cumberland County Sheriff. He wanted him to have a chance at rehab, so that's the reason I decided to go along.
what are the Senate? So we're going to avoid the pretrial diversions.
He has 3 years on a possession case in 19 CR 113. He has 5 years on tampering with the physical evidence in 19 CR 114. So it'd make a total of 10 years. So if he doesn't take advantage of these opportunities, he could go to jail for quite a
I just want
time.
to make sure that we get in this. So he had 3 years and 5 years that run consecutive.
Yes.
For a total of 8, and 2 years consecutive to that for a total of
10.
Sir, serve 6 months, did you say?
He would get credit for the time served he's been in, but he would go to residential treatment for a minimum of 6 months once he's released.
Okay, and if he leaves that residential treatment, he should report immediately to the Department of Corrections, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and I guess the Adair County Jail would be as good a contact place as any. Now, is that what you agreed to, sir?
Yes, sir. Got a bed tomorrow.
Okay, now, Mr. Pennington, do you have a copy of the agreement there? Is that your signature on there, sir?
Yes, sir.
So you've had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney, and you're fully knowledgeable about your case and your options on this. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You understand that by entering these pleas of guilty on these felonies, any future felony convictions could be enhanced as far as the range of penalties. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I will accept the agreement, order pre-sentence investigation report, schedule a sentencing. And the sentencing will be scheduled on the 26th and on all of these cases. Now, what are the court costs involved in this?
$695.
Now, do you have a DUI here somewhere?
No insurance, Your Honor.
No insurance. So it'd be more than 600 and something.
So it's $500 fine.
600 and what?
$95.
$695. Now let him start paying that at $50 a month, 30 days after he leaves it, after he leaves treatment. Okay. 30 days after he leaves treatment. Okay. Well, I'll go ahead and we'll see you for the sentencing. I don't know whether rehab will take you until the sentencing happens or not. I don't know.
I've got them scheduled to pick me up tomorrow.
Well,
We just need to make sure they'll get you back down here for sentence.
But you got to be here. I don't want to get this stuff. Well, we can't get a ride or anything. You know, if they don't, if they don't get you down here on the 26th, I'll give you a ride. Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Jason Sherrill. Jason Sherrill.
Yes, sir.
Commonwealth versus Jason Sherrill, 21 CR 0041. You are Jason Sherrill.
Yes, sir.
In 1976.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, Social Security number 8694.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're here for pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, I believe this case will resolve. If we have one more negotiation, I think we got it worked out, but we just need to get the paperwork together.
Okay, well, we have a negotiation day on October 20th, and the next court day is on the 26th. And they think they can get your case resolved by then, sir. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Jacob Smith. Commonwealth versus Jacob Smith, 23 CR 0032. Are you Jacob Smith?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1987.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of your Social Security number are 4054.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're here on 23 CR 0032. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, I believe this is a case Mr. Pennington's waiting on another case in Casey County so we can resolve both of them at one time. You're muted, Mr. Pennington.
Judge, my understanding, Mr. Smith will be pleading guilty Monday in Casey County.
Okay, and have you agreed to run this concurrent or consecutive with that, Mr. Stockton? What do you?
Probably will. I just need to look at it and see what the plea is in Casey County.
Okay, okay. Well, we can take this up. You need a negotiation day on the 20th and then the
Yes,
26th.
Your Honor.
Yes, please.
And negotiation day on the 20th, and the next court appearance the 26th. And as soon as they find out what happens up in Casey County, Mr. Smith, they'll get together and then you'll have a conference and we'll try to wrap you up here on the 26th. Okay.
Right. Thank you.
William Spears. William Spears. Commonwealth versus William Spears, 22 CR 0087, a probation revocation, and 23 CR 0066, a pretrial conference. Mr. Spears, were you born in 1974?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of social security number 1612.
Yes, sir.
What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, Mr. Pinion just brought me some paperwork about a rehab facility for Mr. Spears. I need to look at that and look at those cases if we can put those on for the 20th and 26th.
What is the pretrial conference on? What's
That was, he's basically charged with a trafficking, but it looks like it's a possession case based on the lab report. So we'll probably see if we can work something out.
Okay, we'll have a negotiation day on the 20th, and the next court appearance will be on the 26th. So, Mr. Spears, you got a short month this time since we started early this, and maybe they can work it all together and you can come to a conclusion on the 26th, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Danny Stewart. Danny Stewart. Commonwealth versus Danny Stewart, 23 CR 0017. Are you Danny Stewart?
Yes, sir.
Okay, were you born in 1973?
Yes, sir.
That's four digits, social security number 5485. Mr. Stockton, we're here over a pretrial conference on 23 CR 0017. What do we have here?
We have a proposed felony plea.
Okay, a motion has been filed, Mr. Stewart, that says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
Sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? Are you the same person that is in front of the court on 23 CR 0017?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, sir.
Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with the attorney and go over your evidence and the evidence in the case? Are you satisfied with your view of the evidence and the advice of your attorney?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today, and I'm required to find out whether or not that you are aware of your constitutional rights here in the Kentucky and United States Constitution. So I'm going to go over them at the end. I'm going to ask you if you understand, okay? You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You realize you do not have to enter a plea today. You have a speedy right to a speedy trial, to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, to produce evidence, to call witnesses in your favor, and appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose, and require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of the charges against you. By entering a plea of guilty today, you also give up those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept any recommendation. Prior to accepting any recommendation, I will await the pre-sentence investigation report from probation and parole. In the event I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea and stand the jury to go to trial. Now, listen very carefully as the Commonwealth outlines what their proposed plea is.
Your Honor, Mr. Stewart would plead guilty to possession of controlled substance first degree. He'd receive a sentence of 3 years, probated for 5, supervised, which would run concurrently with Kenton County Indictment number 23 CR 283. He'll receive credit for time served. Once he's released, he'll obtain gainful employment or do 30 hours community service a week, and all evidence in this case will be destroyed.
What is the plea? What's he pleading to here?
Possession of controlled substance.
Just possession of methamphetamine?
That's correct.
Okay. Is that what you understand the plea to be, sir?
Yes, sir.
Are you entering a plea of guilty to this because you did commit the acts charged in the amended indictment?
Yes, sir.
Are you doing this of your own free will, knowing your constitutional rights? As I explained them to you?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that after entering a plea of guilty, any future convictions could be enhanced as far as the range of penalty under the persistent felony offender law? Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Pennington, could you hold the document up with the signature on there? That's your signature on there, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I will accept the plea order pre-sentence investigation report to be done. We'll have sentencing on the 26th.
Your Honor, if I may, Mr. Stewart had a PSI conducted in Kenton County.
Is he a state prisoner now?
He was probated.
How long has he been incarcerated ever since that was done?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then I will waive it and enter today without objection to the Commonwealth. Does the Commonwealth object to that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll do that. Okay. And to give reason why we do that and not on others is because he was sentenced with a PSI and has not been out since then. So there's nothing changed in that. Okay, thank you very much. $155 court costs. I'll let you pay that $30 a month upon your release. 30 days, first $30 is due the 30 days from today. Okay.
Thank you.
Good luck to you. Jason Thrasher. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Jason Thrasher, 19 CR 0086, 19 CR 0087 for probation revocation and an arraignment in 23 CR 0081. Are you Jason Thrasher?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1972?
Sir.
Do what?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the last four digits, social security number is 7385.
Yes.
Okay, the grand jury, you're represented by counsel here. You have a right to remain silent on this. The grand jury of Cumberland County has charged you with trafficking in a controlled substance, second offense, class B felony, possession of controlled substance in the first degree, methamphetamine, class D felony, marijuana cultivation, class D felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, speeding, careless driving, and being a persistent felony offender as far as trafficking and cultivation. Do you understand those charges?
Sir.
Mr. Pennington, do you acknowledge take him back to Mr. Pennington back there, okay? Do you acknowledge the identity of Mr. Thrasher? And you're about to receive the indictment.
Yes, sir.
Waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
We've already done that.
A conference on the 20th and the next court appearance on the 26th.
Thank you.
I'm assuming you want to wait on the probation revocation to then.
Your Honor, we have a plea to wrap everything up. He would stipulate to the revocations. The trafficking would be amended to possession for 2 years, and he would have a total sentence of 5 years after everything's run together.
Okay. So a motion, has it been a motion been tendered on this? Okay, a motion's been tendered that says you wish to enter a plea. Mr. Thrasher, is that correct?
Yes.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 23 CR 0081?
Yes, sir.
Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney? Are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes, sir.
Have you viewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? Believe you're fully informed about your case? You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speed trial by jury. Right to be represented by counsel at the jury trial. The right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. The right to produce evidence. The right to call witnesses in your favor. The right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose. And the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of the charge against you. Understand by entering guilty plea today, you give up all those rights. You understand that? Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided below. I don't have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting a recommendation, I will rate the pre-sentence investigation report and probation parole. In the event I don't accept the recommendation, the Commonwealth decided to impose a harsher sentence. You have the right to withdraw your plea and proceed to trial. Do you understand that? Now, you've gone over the recommendation already. Is that correct, Mr.
Yes,
Stockton?
Your Honor, it would be. I just want to make clear, you'd have 2 years on this case He would stipulate to the revocation on the other two cases, which is 3 years, make a total of a 5-year sentence.
Okay, now, let me ask you, one of these indictments was on a Class B felony.
It was trafficking. The problem,
What was the quantity there?
that was it. There wasn't much quantity. Let's see, let me get his file. All right. Where's the file? The new case is what I'm looking for. The officer had down 5 grams, and I think the lab report come back a little over 2 grams.
Yeah.
What I'm thinking, Your Honor.
And then he was that was a Class B, and he was PFO'd on that.
Yeah.
Life sentence almost, you know.
That's correct. And so he's taken 5 years to serve. We could try it. I think he would probably at least be found guilty of 3 years on possession. However, you remember the case we had in Monroe County where somebody had a small.
Yeah, well, I'm just inquiring to make sure I knew something.
There wasn't any undercover buys or anything like that. It was just a traffic.
Well, okay. And hold up the signature, Mr. Thrasher, there. Okay, that's your signature, Mr. Thrasher?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you understand that by entering a plea, any future convictions could be enhanced. You already could have been PFO'd on this one. You know, the way it was originally charged, you had a Class B felony, which is 10 to 20. To be PFO'd to 20 to life. Isn't that right, Mr. Stockton?
That's correct, Your Honor.
So you kind of missed that final bullet on yourself today, but we'll have a PFO done and come back on the 26th for sentencing, okay? Okay, James Walls. James Walls. We just got 5 more cases here. So anybody that's scheduled after this, be on notice. Commonwealth versus James Walls, 23 CR 0075. Are you James Walls? Were you born in 2003? You need to move toward the microphone and use your outside voice, okay? Are the last 4 numbers of your social security 1415?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You have the right to remain silent. You're represented by counsel. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you possession of controlled substance in the first degree, methamphetamine, possession of drug paraphernalia, license not in possession or shown on demand, and operating a vehicle under the influence. You understand those charges? You understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Counselor, do you acknowledge the identity of Mr. Walls? Receipt of the indictment being handed through the door to you right now. Waive formal reading and arraignment, enter a plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll set a conference on the 20th of this month for negotiation at 9 a.m. and on the 26th be next court appearance. Both those are conditions of bond. Now, what is Mr. Walls?
15,000 surety. He has no criminal history, but he was a Tennessee resident. I think there may have been maybe a chase in Tennessee right before he got it, but I remember the brief.
Yeah.
He didn't have any family to help him.
Well, have you interviewed Mr. Walls yet, Mr. Pennington?
I have not, Judge.
You interview him. Evidently, there might have been a Mr. Walls, don't say anything. Okay. My pretrial folks say there might have been a chase in Tennessee coming up here. There might have been. He might not have any family or resources down there. He is an out-of-state resident, which makes it difficult for people down there to sign bonds up here. So inquire what his previous record is down.
He was never charged. He just kind of alluded to it, I think.
Yeah, see if he has any other charges in Tennessee or somewhere that we might need to know about, and then get with Mr. Stockton. They need a waiver of extradition, but we'll just maybe discuss that the next time he's here on the
Yes, Your Honor.
20th and 26th. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Walls. Mr. James Wilson. Commonwealth versus James Wilson, 23 CR 0043, yard James Wilson,
Yes, sir.
born in 1996.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 1308.
Yes, sir.
We're here for a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say on this?
A diversion, Your Honor.
A motion's been tendered, sir, that says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
You're the same person named in indictment number 23 CR 0043. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, sir.
You discussed the charges with your attorney and reviewed all the evidence, and are you satisfied at the advice of your attorney and as far as the information you have about your case?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today.
Yes.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept the plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. So I'm going to go down through them and ask you at the end if you understand them. If you don't, have your attorney contact you. You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speedy trial by jury. You have the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. You have the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. You have a right to produce evidence, a right to call witnesses in your favor, a right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and a right to require the Commonwealth to prove on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charge against you. You understand that, but entering a plea of guilty, you give up all those rights. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
I consider the Commonwealth's recommendations, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I don't have to accept the recommendations. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation, decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. Now, I'm going to ask some qualifying questions to you. Have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years?
No, sir.
Have you had any felonies in the past 10 years? Or are you currently on probation?
No, sir.
You understand if you fully complete a diversion program, that the case would be dismissed, a pretrial diversion, you get expunged. However, if you don't successfully complete the diversion program, the diversion would be voided and you'd be brought in sentenced. You'd be a convicted felon that could be used against you in future pleas. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is Ms. Gordon Anderson? What is the Commonwealth's recommendation in this case?
Yes, Your Honor. Upon a plea of guilty to possession of a controlled substance first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years, pretrial diverted for 5 years. Diversion is to be inactively supervised. Upon a plea of guilty to violation of conditions of release, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 150 days to serve. The defendant shall enter and complete the Cumberland County Specialty Court Program. The defendant agrees to enroll and complete anger management counseling. The defendant shall obtain gainful employment or do 30 hours per week of community service until gainful employment is obtained. The defendant agrees to have any and all drug paraphernalia and contraband disposed of in accordance with the laws of the Commonwealth or the holding agency.
Now, have I signed a referral to the drug court yet?
You will be, Your Honor.
Okay, so he hadn't been voted on, and so it'll be next month before he can be voted on, correct? Is that right, Ms. Gordon Anderson?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, are you entering a guilty plea in this case because you are guilty of the acts charged in the indictment as amended?
Yes.
Okay, knowing your constitutional rights, is it still your desire to proceed with your guilty plea and allow the court to fix your punishment within the range permitted by law?
Yes, sir.
Is that your signature on the motion? Hold the signature up there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll accept the plea agreement, order pre-sentence investigation report to be done, and you'll be here on the 26th for sentencing. I'll make sure, counselor, that I sign a referral statement and everything so they can start taking a look at him, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. You said PSI. This was a diversion plea.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I still have to wait till he has, till he's been accepted by the drug court. So if you'll, you submit me order on that. I had the diversion here. I looked at it wrong. If you'll submit me an order on that to refer him over there, and then they won't be able to look at him till the 26th probably because they won't meet again, will they? To the 26th. Is that right, Mr. Stockton? Is that correct? You got your
That's
microphone?
correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you very much. Amanda Wood. Amanda Wood. Amanda Wood, Nicholas Ray, and Cinda Young. Commonwealth versus Amanda Wood. Are you Amanda Wood?
Yes, sir.
Were you born in 1989?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, Social Security 9749.
Yes, sir.
You were here on 21 CR 00102. Pretrial diversion revocation. What does the Commonwealth have to say on this?
Your Honor, this is a 3-year sentence on possession of controlled substance first degree. According to her probation officer, she didn't complete substance abuse treatment. She never scheduled her appointment with the SSC. She was living at the wrong address. She was living with a convicted felon, Tyler Logston. She was positive for meth on September the 8th, and she has a new felony case in Barron County where she was arrested on September the 8th for possession of methamphetamine, drug paraphernalia, and marijuana.
Well, other than that, are there any problems?
And it's a diversion revocation.
Yeah. You want to stipulate, Mr. Pennington, and take a look at it at sentencing? And
Ms. Wood, is that your intention to stipulate?
yeah. Okay. Well, I will revoke the pretrial diversion, have a pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole, and schedule it for the 26th.
Judge,
will you
can
make-
we also have her assessed by SSC while she's in custody?
Well, that would be good, but I also want you to find out what's going on in Barron County.
Judge, I think that has been rocket docket and it's already been resolved. Is that true, Ms. Wood?
Yes, sir.
I would recommend that she be assessed for drug court rather than SSC if we want to do anything substantial in this case.
I think she had tried. Oh, go ahead.
What did she receive in Glasgow? Miss Wood, you know what they gave you in Glasgow on the rocket docket?
2 years probation run concurrent with my Cumberland County.
Whatever you get over here, right?
Run concurrent for 2 years on probation.
Okay. Well, we'll take a look. Probation and parole officer will be up and talk to you to get ready for this, and he'll get that information and roll it all in here together, and we'll see. Would you be willing to consider drug court?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, we'll take a look at that as one of the options then, and it might very well be that you can roll out of here and have a new chance with both of these things if we can get you doing that. You think you can turn it around? I mean, it's not easy to turn it around, or everybody do it, wouldn't they?
Well, I understand that, sir, but I have been trying, and I've fell off everybody that I'd been talking to, friends, family, and everything. So I'm trying to make that change for my kids, sir.
Hope you do, and maybe we can get you a chance to do that. Okay. Okay, they'll be over to talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Nicholas Ray. Nicholas Ray. Commonwealth versus Nicholas Ray, 22 CR 0016. Are you Nicholas Ray?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you born in 1999?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits are 1919.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You're here on a pretrial diversion revocation. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, this is also a 3-year sentence on possession of controlled substance. He's had 4 positive meth tests, June 2nd, 22, October 6th, 22, December 28th, 22, and February 14th of 23. And he's got a new felony arrest on 9/2/23 for possession of a controlled substance. And that's here in Cumberland County, and it's not went to the grand jury yet. It'll probably go next month unless we reach a resolution on all of it.
Well, you want to go ahead and stipulate to the thing and then try to roll them all into something, Mr. Pennington?
Judge, this is one that I believe that Mr. Ray is currently unrepresented.
That's correct. He was represented by Rick Ramsey, and Mr. Ramsey just filed a notice of non-representation. I don't know that the courts let him withdraw or not, but that was his finding.
He's here. Come on up here, Mr. Ramsey.
I wouldn't talk bad about him if I knew he's there, Judge.
What a fortuitous event for this young man that his attorney showed up here. Get behind the podium there. Now you have reached a parting of the ways with Mr. Ray.
Judge, I've not had contact with Mr. Ray since we entered into this conversion sometime back.
So you represented him at that, but on the revocation, he has not retained you.
He is not retained.
You are released.
Thank you.
Okay, now, can, Mr. Ray, have you filled out an affidavit for public advocacy? Do you have a job? Do you want to hire an attorney? What do you want to do?
Point lawyer or point.
Well, we'll let you file an affidavit.
There's one in the new bill.
Wait just a second.
There's an affidavit in the new felony case.
What does he say?
I don't have it. It's not in court now, but it says Mr. Pennington was.
There is an affidavit in there. It says Mr. Pennington was appointed
On the new felony.
on the new felony. That was in district court. So I would assume that he's still eligible. So I'll,
Otherwise qualified.
yeah, I will take him up here and appoint you on this pretrial diversion revocation. Since all of them are going to have to be considered together, maybe on information if they don't go to the grand jury, if you don't have it settled before then. So I'll schedule this for a negotiation day on the 20th and 26th, Mr. Stockton, as if the indictment had come back. You know what I'm saying?
I understand. I'll furnish Mr. Pennington the discovery on it.
The 20th and 26th. Okay, thank you very much. Cinda Young. Commonwealth versus Cinda Young, 23 CR 0079 for the purpose of arraignment. Ms. Young, were you born in 1959?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of your social security are 6221. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You're here for the purpose of arraignment. Do you have a lawyer?
No, sir.
It's obvious that you're disabled and you are eligible for appointment of a public advocate. I will sign the order. Remind me to sign that, Mr. Okay. Your attorney is on the screen there. Wave at your client there. See him on there? Yeah. The grand jury, you have a right to remain silent, Miss Young. The grand jury of Cumberland County has charged you with possession of controlled substance, first-degree methamphetamine. You understand what that charge is?
No, sir, I don't.
Wait. I'm not asking you where you did it or not, okay? I'm asking you if you understand what it is to be charged with possession of methamphetamine.
No.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not asking you, do you know that it's illegal to have methamphetamine? Wait, don't say anything about whether you had it or not. You're just wanting to talk here, and this is not let's make a deal, because anything you say could be used against you. You understand what I'm saying? I'm just asking, do you understand it's illegal in the Commonwealth of Kentucky to have methamphetamine? You understand that?
Yes.
Okay, now they're charging you with having it, so that's what this is about. So you do understand what the charge is. I'm not asking you to comment on whether you're guilty or not, okay? So you do understand what the charge is, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's what we need to hear. So you, Mr. Pennington, you acknowledge the identity of your client. I'm handing the indictment back there to you. The receipt of the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, now what's this lady's background here?
She has no criminal history. It was a direct indictment. It's a $5,000 surety.
Okay, there's a $5,000 surety bond, ma'am. All somebody's got to do is come down here to the clerk's office and prove they're worth $5,000. They don't have to put a dime up. They can sign their name and you can walk out of the jail up there. You got somebody that can do that for you?
No, sir, I can't get a hold of my family.
Well, where is your family located?
Cumberland County.
Where?
They're in Cumberland County.
Well, do they wonder where you are? Has there been a missing persons out on?
I don't have their phone numbers. When my daughter was in here, they blocked the number, so she quit calling them
How long have you been in jail there?
since the 20th of September.
Okay, I'm gonna do you an ROR. You don't have any criminal record at all. You just sign the bond up there and have somebody come get you, child, okay?
Thank you so much.
Okay, and you're gonna have to be here on the 20th at 9 a.m. and the 26th at 9 a.m. The 20th, and your attorney's there. They have his phone number up there at the jail. Isn't that right, Mr. Pennington? Make sure you get
That is correct.
Make sure you get in contact with him. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Be here on those 2 dates. You hear me?
Yes, sir.
Adair County Jail, is there anybody else you have for me up there?
I have a Mitchell York. He was on our docket here.
He's on the show cause docket. And we're gonna start the show cause docket. How much is he supposed to pay?
He owes $799.85 in restitution.
He owes $799 in restitution. Mr. Mitchell York does. What does he have to say about that? He's there.
Yeah, he's here.
Mr. York, what about this money that you owe?
Sir, I served the case out. I thought that once you serve the case out,
No, we got court costs is what this is.
I wasn't aware. Like I said,
I'm not getting on you about it. I'm just telling you. Do you live here in Cumberland County now?
I moved back. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, do you have a job?
No, sir. I was in Lexington looking for employment when they arrested me.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. You have somebody bring $100 up down here at the clerk's office to pay for it, and then I'll let you have $30 a month to start payments on it. Can you do that?
No, sir. I don't get any contact with any of my family.
Okay.
Yeah, this is restitution. It's not.
What was it? What was it court cost? Is this court cost or restitution? We still can collect the restitution. Who was the restitution to?
It says Floyd Thacker was the big one.
Yeah, it's restitution to Mr. Thacker. Well, what can you pay toward the $700? Do what?
Until I can get unemployment, I can't pay anything.
Well, I'll talk to you next month then about it. Your attorney's here, and Mr. Pennington, you represent him? Mr. Pennington, do you represent him?
Judge, I don't. I would guess DPA would have been appointed at some time.
I'm going to appoint you now to represent him, to talk to him about this, to tell him that he can get out very easily. Okay. Thank you very much. Is there anybody else there that they have at the Adair County Jail?
No, that was my last one.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. And I know y'all have had a very difficult week up there, and you're all in my prayers. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that ends that docket. Is there anybody else here for the criminal docket other than the show cause? Okay. We'll go to the show cause, which won't take very long. Show cause docket. Commonwealth versus Barry Gibson. Paid in full. Commonwealth versus James Hurst. Okay, that's good enough, and yeah, put him on for the 26th. Tamara McCoy.
She's not making money.
Okay, pick her up and she can purge herself by paying $200 toward the $945. Stanley Michael.
He has the active warrant on him for probation violation. He needs a warrant.
Okay, issue warrant on this too. Charles Winston Pace. I saw him all day here. You owe $1,290.
He's his restitution also.
Restitution. Come on up here. What's the deal?
15th or this around 15th of this month, I'll be able to pay like $100 on it. But I had to do like 37 days in Wayne County, so I haven't been on the job yet. I got no clarification, but there's gonna be $100 payment made around the middle of this month.
What can you pay today? Can you pay $50 today?
I won't have any till like the middle of this month. My head's coming down in the middle of this month, so we're actually gonna try to pay it all off, but I know 100 can get paid.
Okay, we'll pay $100 by the 15th or report to Dare County Jail. Okay, and then after that, you can pay $100 a month. Okay, thank you. Raven Willis, $145.
She's not paying payment.
Issue a warrant, let her purge herself for the $145. Mitchell York,
That's just who you know.
yeah, he was out of line. They had him on the other docket, right? Okay, it's $799. Okay, is there anybody else here on the show calls? Okay, we go ready for the civil docket. Child support, the county attorney's office. Severe versus severe. I'll call the docket. You have to turn around toward the microphone there.
It's gonna be December the 21st at 1 o'clock to determine if he is keeping up with his payment.
Severe versus severe. You got an order to that effect? Mr. Bailiff, you hand the order up here. Is that it? Hill versus Haywood?
Yes, for this case, it also is going to be continued to December 21st, 2023 at 1 o'clock to determine if he keeps his payments to date.
Okay, you got an order? Is that the only case you have? You sure didn't push the child support very hard for a new assistant county attorney. I thought it was Lindsay Bell back there for a second. Okay, that goes now we go to the 115 docket. Here it's just 151. Christy Nicole Lee versus Jared Wayne Stewart.
The two parents supposed to be appearing on the same.
Do what?
The parents supposed to be appearing on the same. He just asked them to withdraw.
Hi, Your Honor. This is Spencer Pearson. I represent Jared Stewart. It's my motion to withdraw.
Okay, you want to submit an order, give your client 45 days to substitute counsel?
Yes, I can.
Why don't you do that, okay?
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah. U.S. National Bank Association versus Gene Cash.
Diane Huff for the plaintiff, Your Honor.
Yeah.
That's my motion for judgment on the pleadings.
Well, this was a kind of an interesting thing. This I was looking at the file, and Gene Cash filed a written response to you and said that she had gotten a hold of one of these debt settlement companies, and they advised her to no longer make her payment. Did you read that?
I read that.
That was a little novel, I thought. That she didn't provide a defense for it. Have you talked to Miss Jean Cash?
I have not on this matter. We do have, my law firm has another matter against her that we have resolved. We just haven't resolved this one. And unfortunately, I can't hold seeking judgment simply because she's working with this company.
Well, I didn't suggest you would. I just thought that it was rather novel that someone had, if they did recommend that she not be making payments, and it had to be in default in payment before they could handle it. I really never have heard anything like that, but that was just here. So I'll be glad to sign not glad, but I will sign the judgment. You submitted an order. Is there an order submitted to file?
I did, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll sign it today. You have a nice day.
Thank you, Your Honor. You too.
Yeah, take it easily. Accelerated inventory management versus casino
William Rich on behalf of the plaintiff. It's for default judgment. Defendants both been served with their responsibility.
What kind of case is this?
It's I believe it's a credit card account. If you look at the complaint, there is a document attached that represents the agreement. They are in default. We've got an affidavit of our client.
Okay.
Confirming that the account is in default, different balance due.
You check, make sure service, just check service on that. I'll just double check service on it. Which 23 CI 0038. Personal service.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I'll be glad to sign it. Take it easily. Yeah.
That's all I have.
If you have these like this here that are just defaults or something like that, you can make arrangements with us up here by Zoom if it would be more convenient to you guys.
Will you do that in all three counties or just here?
Yeah, I'll do it in all three counties.
Okay.
You know, the reason is these criminal dockets are running long right now, and I hate for attorneys. I mean, if I knew for sure I could get to you in a timely manner.
Sure.
Or you could get local lawyers for a couple $100 stand in for you. Isn't that right, local lawyers? Okay.
I'm certain of that, Judge. And
Yeah.
That's actually what I do. So
Okay. Okay.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
If I have one in the future, I'll contact your office.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Any excuse?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Ray versus Ray. Is this Mr. Ray back there? Who's this?
I represent the petitioner, Mr. Ray, and then Mr. Ray is representing Mr. Ray. We've reached an agreement on motion now filed today, and I think we just want.
You mean I'm not going to be able to hear this case? We don't have any arguments or anything?
I think we've reached a temporary agreement.
Well, I hope you reach a permanent agreement, but if you don't, so if you're going to submit, why don't you recite it and so both parties here under oath can agree to it. Y'all raise your right hands. Solemnly swear or affirm that the statement you're about to make is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Okay, now.
And there will be a standard status quo order in, just to make sure there's no dissipation or misappropriation of any assets or debts. Mrs. Ray's going to have possession of the home and she's going to pay utilities during this pending divorce. Both parties are going to split the mortgage payment of $1,037 per month. Mr. Ray currently owes Ms. Ray for half of the August payment as well as the September 1st payment. And he's going to be starting paying both of those as well as the monthly payment next by the end of next month. As far as custody goes, they're going to agree to temporary joint custody. Ms. Ray is going to be the primary residential parent. Mr. Ray is going to receive time sharing every other weekend, starting at 5 p.m. on Friday to Sunday at 5 p.m., as well as one midweek visit every Thursday from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. All these visits will be supervised by Debbie and David Ray. Upon Mr. Ray passing a hair follicle test, he is going to, after taking that hair follicle test, he's also going to continue taking hair follicle tests every 60 days. All these follicle tests are going to be paid by him. They're going to be taken at Premier Integrity Solutions at 1228 Ashley Circle, Kentucky. All exchanges of the child are going to take place in Glasgow at the 5-star American Parkway. If Mr. Ray is going to be still residing in Russell Springs, and the exchanges will take place at one Walmart. Except on Thursdays, they will just exchange in person.
And what's the glass go to?
So that will be halfway between Arsenal and Green.
Now, okay, the overnight will take place.
If he passes the hair follicle test, he starts to move it. If he's going to be exercising income sharing and Golden Green, that's when they're going to start doing exchanges in Glasgow. But right now, he's going to be residing, I think, still with the Rays in Russell Springs, which is where he'll be taking vision. And that time, they're going to be doing exchanges at the Walmart in Columbia.
Well, before he starts, how one child? How old? Before we get down the road to this Bowling Green situation, if we get there, the hair follicle test and everything, I want information provided to me about where he's living in Bowling Green and with whom he's living in Bowling Green.
And we can put in there no paramours or visitors.
I don't want any paramours overnight confusing a 4-year-old. Either way, I'm not insulting or suggesting anybody's going to do that, but there'll be no paramours there, and I want some kind of report on the residents in Bowling Green if we get that for them. Okay.
And Mr. Ray's also be paying child support. It's just going to be calculated and collected by the child support office. It's going to include the daycare, and it's all going to be retroactive to filing the promotion.
Where are you working at, Mr.? What are you, a lineman? So you're making pretty good money down there. Yeah, well, that's what they all say when they're not. I think they're important jobs and make more than they do a lot of places. You know. Is there anything else?
Yes, Ms. Ray's going to continue paying for Mr. Ray's car insurance. He's going to maintain her on health insurance. And he's also going to be paying.
He's going to be paying what?
The health insurance for both her and child.
Okay, are you in agreement with what's been said here? Okay, at least temporarily. And are you in agreement? Okay, now let's look forward a little bit. What sort of assets are we talking about here? That you said the home, they got a home? Where's that? It's located here in Cumberland County. Do they have any other assets? They got furniture in the house and vehicles, and they got 2 vehicles, 3 vehicles. 2. They got cars, boats. Got boats. Any kind of razors or anything like that? Any kind of no sort of all-terrain vehicles or anything like that. Okay, now if y'all exchange lists of personality and things that y'all may exchange and discover.
Just filed this in September, and Mr. Ramsey just filed his answer yesterday.
Okay.
It's still pretty fresh.
Okay. Okay, well, thank y'all very much. And if you give me an order, we'll sign it. I consider the order to be in effect today, but you get it to me as soon as you can and I'll sign it, okay?
Judge, what sort of timeline would you like for the parties to submit their information to child support, budget information?
I did, you know, I don't think it's very complicated. I mean, are you looking at last year's tax returns, is what you're looking at, or what are you looking at? Tell me what kind of information you want. Do you have any employment that is not reflected on your last year's tax return? You get W-2s from somewhere, is that what you get? Okay, so you don't do any outside, what is your profession?
I'm a registered nurse.
Yeah, so you don't do any private duty nursing or anything other than what's on your W-2. Do you have any sources of income other than working for so I mean, I would just say that they exchange last year's income tax return and then any W-2, any wage information from this year. It should be pretty simple. Check stubs from this year, okay? Let's do that within, if you got something you need to talk to your attorney about, go ahead. We're good. Okay, well, let's say you exchange that stuff within 10 working days from today. Does that seem reasonable to you? Okay. Okay, thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Morgan versus Myers. Do we have a confidential document? That's not this, is it? Okay. What do we have here?
Judge, we're here on a.
She dropped the child off sometime and can't pick it up. Is that what you did?
That's correct.
Give me some background here.
Judge, this party pulled together, they recently filed for divorce. They separated around September 19th. At the time of the separation, she dropped Mr. Myers off with his mother, or at his mother's residence.
How old is the child?
The child is 9 months.
And she dropped a 9-month-old child off with her. Were they ever married? Or?
Yes, they were married. I have filed the.
Okay, so she dropped the child off with him at her mother-in-law's.
Yes,
And now I hadn't been able to get the child back at all.
he's denied any sort of attempts for visitation.
Do you have an attorney? Move over this way. Move over this way. Get behind the microphone. What are you saying?
I know I was just the one that I had for it. I wasn't anywhere at this one that we had and it said it was from Vietnam.
Okay. Well, what's the deal with the baby?
I actually offered, text, like I told her she can come up and pick up Wednesday, but she said that she wanted me to private place.
Said, don't say anything yet. You said what now?
She wanted me in a public place.
Well, that seems reasonable.
Yeah, I know that, but I don't have it.
Well, until you get an attorney, I'm not going to do anything permanent on this case. Okay, but I'm also not going to let you deny. Do you have any allegations that she's an unfit mother or anything like that? Okay, well, y'all need to go back in the room with her attorney and work out a temporary agreement that's not too drastic, but will give you an opportunity to get an attorney if you want to, so you can work through the thing. Because if you don't reach an agreement, I'll reach an agreement for you as far as a temporary basis. Okay, so you go back in the room and I'll wait for y'all. Okay. Is there any other matter coming before the court? Is there EPO? The EPO?
It's that one.
Okay, we got an EPO here that has not been served. Christy Nicole Lee versus Jared Wayne Stewart. So is anybody here on that one? If not, we'll just continue to notify and try to get service. That concludes this session of